This conference will now be recorded.
All right, guys, I'd like to welcome everybody to our April 13th Lander County Commission meeting. All the times on this agenda are approximate. Consideration of items may require more or less time than is scheduled. Items on the agenda may be taken out of order. The public body may combine two or more agenda items for consideration. And the public body may remove an item from the agenda or delay discussion relating to an item on the agenda at any time. Public comment is designated for discussion only. The public has the opportunity to address the commission on any matter not appearing on the agenda. However, no action may be taken on any matter raised until that matter itself has been specifically included on the agenda as an item upon which action may be taken. Additionally, public comment may be heard on any item listed on the agenda. Persons are invited to submit comments in writing and or attend and make comments on any agenda item at the Lander County Commissioners Board meeting. All public comment may be limited to 3 minutes per person at the discretion of the commission. Please note that the public body may interrupt the open meeting and exclude the public for the purpose of having an attorney-client discussion of potential and existing litigation pursuant to NRS 241.153B2. I'll call this meeting to order. And Ron, would you lead us in the pledge today? We'll have a moment of silence. Lander County Commissioners may break for lunch from 12 p.m. to 1:15 p.m. Any agenda item may be taken out of order, may be combined for consideration by the public body, and may be pulled or removed from the agenda at any time. We'll move into Commissioners' reports on meetings, conferences, and seminars attended. Patsy, we can start with you.
I will, thank you. Actually, on the 31st of March, I did have our NACO meeting in Carson City. And a couple things I just wanted to let you know. Actually, we had an update from the governor's group regarding the flooding in the 13 counties. The ones that reported were, let's see, we had Dave Ferguson, who's Chief of Emergency Management and Homeland Security, and Nevada Division of Emergency Management, and Tim Robb, who represents the governor, of course, I'm going. And they gave us a whole update. Boy, Lander is so lucky. We're one of the fortunate ones for sure that haven't had all of the destruction with all of the flooding. We also had an update regarding the Central Nevada Health District, and that was interesting. They also highlighted that by July, everyone needs to report to the state on how we use the opioid funds. And also, of course, this month, which is National Accounting Month, and that's declared by NACO, and they did a resolution. I'm not going to read the whole resolution, but the whole idea is that the counties actually fulfill a vast range of responsibilities, and we deliver services that touch every citizen that's and every resident in each county. So they said all counties take pride in our responsibility to protect and enhance the health, well-being, and safety of our residents in an efficient and cost-effective ways. And they declared that the full resolution and encourage counties to get the information out and use it as a kind of a PR to let people know what we do. On the 10th, I had an airport advisory board meeting, and that was very interesting because we had our inspector there, Chris Ciaro, who is with the Department of Transportation, and he is a rural county and aviation transportation planner, and he brought us our new big books that we have for all of the different airports in Nevada. And he also brought us some individual information that I wanted to share with you. It's very interesting. I don't know, I've never seen one before. It's put out by the Nevada Airport and Heliport System Plan. Have you ever seen anything like this? Well, this one's on Austin, and they actually rate us for everything from our regional significance, where we're located, airport facilities, airport protection, airport expandability. I mean, everything we're highlighted from a 1 to 5 coding on what we have available. It was very interesting because the economic value is actually, and they did a full impact study on this, was really surprising. It said, right now, our airport replacement value in Austin is $10,587,000. And I kind of wanted to just share the overview. Said Austin Airport is a general aviation airport located 5 miles southwest of Austin in Lander County, 130 miles from Reno and Carson City communities. TMT has single 6,000-foot-long paved runway with an apron and several buildings. Most operations are recreational, with some military and aerial firefighting activity as well. Military operations are primarily from Fallon Naval Air Station. Aerial firefighting flights are operated by the Bureau of Land Management, BLM, and it temporarily supports single-engine air tanker operations. CareFlight, our emergency and medical operation, relies on the TMT monthly using a fixed-wing aircraft. We have an active advisory board which supports development and growth of the airport, and the airport offers a courtesy car to Austin, which offers hotels, beds and breakfasts, and restaurants. So I thought that was really interesting. I imagine Battle Mountain will be getting the same type of report. Thank you.
Thank you, Patsy. Kathy?
The meeting that I went to, it wasn't dealt with this board, but it is the TV board. And there's a lot of interest that's going on right now. There's no way to get up on the mountain to do any type of repairs. What we're trying to do is get all of our equipment moved into the Eureka building, but until we can get up on the hill. We tried to hire a helicopter, but the day that they were gonna go up, it was so windy, there was no landing up there. So they are trying to get that arranged to get someone up on that hill. So hopefully within the next handful of months, we will get all of our equipment moved over into the Eureka County building, so the TV and the radio will be stabled at that time. The power went down, cause I guess the power ran on the ground. When we got all the bad weather, it snapped a breaker, and that's why everybody lost their TV. Now they're getting Eureka, actually, they're bouncing off the Eureka, signal, so hopefully we are working on it, but the weather and the roads are so bad, there's no getting up there. So know that for any of you that are reliable, there are quite a few people reliable on just regular antenna TV, that we are doing our best to get up there and get that corrected.
Thank
So.
you. Beto? JR?
I went to a public lands meeting Monday, and Amy is going to give a presentation on it later, so.
Okay, thank you. Mike?
We had the hospital board, some things that were discussed was reported, both here too, is that, negotiations with the county and the hospital is proceeding. It was a positive report. They updated a lot of legislative update that could affect the rural county hospitals and so on and so forth. Another one that is nice to report on is for the hospice negotiations, to get them some room and so on and so forth. We talked about it in our budget meeting, and that it's progressing really well, so that was good to hear about. Biggest push is this community health needs assessment. If it's out there, there's a few codes that go to the hospital. Anybody that hasn't filled one out, please do so. I think the deadline's coming. Talk about the school health fair. The additions and the construction at the hospital is proceeding well, and just normal business.
Okay, thank you, Mike. We'll move into staff reports on meetings, conferences, and seminars attended.
Good morning, Commission. Hopefully you guys seen the opioid video that came out in our newsletter. We did get that out, and it was put out to over 500 different press contacts in the state as well, so hopefully that spreads far and wide, and reflects well. Hopefully it saves a life or two. Also,
Will there be some follow-up, or, I mean, is there talk of like doing a follow-up video to it, to almost, I wouldn't wanna say momentum, but is there, we're gonna do is there a discussion of a follow-up to it too, or is that what we're gonna go with for now?
well, not a follow-up video per se, but there is a discussion to follow up some town hall meetings and trying to link us with Elko and Humboldt County as well. And that's gonna go through our health officer, and so he's gonna try to connect all that and try to spread this out as far as we can, because I-80 going through and, as much as we have going on in both communities on either side of us, we're trying to link as many of them together as possible. And hopefully this will gain traction and even gather more in our community. The other thing is the Austin Youth Center. The insurance adjuster made it up there yesterday. So hopefully we get some news back and we can get that cleaned up on Main Street there. I know that that's been an eyesore for the community, but with all the snow, insurance didn't want to go out there until they could actually see the building and make some true adjustments to it. So hopefully that starts moving forward for the community of Austin. And everything else that I have here, I believe, is going to be on the agenda that I've been working on.
Thank you, Bert. We'll move into public comment for non-agenda items only. Do we have public comment? Morning, Paul.
Good morning. For the record, Paul Tamara on behalf of Lander County Conservation District. During the March budget meetings, our 2 budget requests were tabled. I know you guys are working on finalizing your budget and getting it, and we were just wondering whether you guys have had a chance to review the information package and when the 2 budget requests will be addressed.
Okay. Thank you. Morning, Dan.
I'm Dan Tamara. I'm chairman of the Lander County Public Land Use Advisory
Turn
Council.
on thank you.
There we go.
There you go.
Dan Tamara, chairman of the Lander County Public Lands Use Advisory Council. At our last meeting, which was Monday of this week, it came to our attention there is an organization based at the head of the Reese River that is applying for a rather large amount of water. It's 3,000 acre feet out of the stream for irrigation purposes. The company's name is BTAZ Nevada LLC. I don't know anything about them, who they are, what they're doing, where these water rights that they're applying for came from, whether it's a transfer or what exactly. Our board member from the Austin area was pretty concerned about this and thought that the commission maybe should look into it and potentially protest this application. The application number is 92458, T as in Tom. But it's just a large amount of water, and it should be checked into.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have more public comment for non-agenda items? Okay. None, we'll move into our consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered routine and may be acted upon by the Board of County Commissioners with one action without extensive discussion. Any member of the board or any citizen may request that an item be taken from the consent agenda, discussed and acted upon separately during this meeting. Consent agenda materials are available at the Lander County Clerk's Office for viewing, and copies are available for a nominal charge. 1, approval of April 13th, 2023 agenda notice. 2, approval of February 23rd, 2023 meeting minutes. 3, approval of March 9th, 2023 meeting minutes. 4, approval of March 15th, 2023 special budget workshop minutes. 5, approval of March 16th, 2023 special budget workshop minutes. 6, approval of March 23rd, 2023 meeting minutes. And 7, approval of payroll change request. We need to pull number 1. We need a correction on item 4.
I will make a motion that we approve number 2, number 3, which are our minutes for February 23rd and March 9th, and number 7, which is the payroll change request.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Then we'll pull number 1, approval of April 13th, 2023 agenda notice. That correction on number 4 in our agenda, it says $29,376.73. It should be $293,767.28. Can I have a motion on that?
I'll make a motion that we approve the agenda notice with the, stated corrections.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and then, we need to pull, oh, that's it. We'll move into item 1. Commissioners, for discussion and possible action to approve, disapprove the payment of bills. And we need to pull some checks, 219156, 219228, 219319, and 291187.
I make a motion, we approve the balance of those checks minus the 4.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay,
I'll make a motion, we approve check number 219187.
okay.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I abstain
Aye.
because it's to my employer.
All right.
And I'll make a motion, we approve check number 219156, 219228, 219319.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And I abstain, they are made to my employer. We'll move into item 2. For discussion and possible action to approve, disapprove the modification or repeal of LLC 916020 discharge of firearms exceptions to add an exception so as to allow hunting of coyotes at night with the use of night scopes. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Daniel Goodwin. I represent a small group of people here. And I'm in Leland Lobdell. So, we came last year to meet with you guys, and it got put on the ballot to be repealed for this, and that's not what we wanted to do. So we wanted to come back and talk and discuss it more with you guys to have the 9.16.020 amended. That's the exceptions to 9.16.010. There's 3 exceptions on there right now. I believe one is law enforcement in their duties. 2 is protecting yourself, your person, and the other one is you can shoot at the range at night. And so we would like to add a 4th one to allow us to utilize thermal scopes to hunt coyotes at night in the county.
Gentlemen, I thought your letter was very well written, thank you, and I appreciate your thoughts on it. I'm still having a tough time with it, much as I believe in hunting and carrying and all the rest. But I do think that the people did speak, and they said they didn't want people shooting during those times, and I understand what you're saying as far as all the wonderful thermal, vision and everything you have. But I'm still concerned about the trajectory because it still can go beyond, and you can't see that time of night and day. And I think now with the exception, it sounds like it's a privilege to those that can afford these beautiful weapons. And I'm having a tough time saying, well, if you can afford it, then we're going to make an exception. And that, I don't think that follows in the exceptions that we have now. So I'm just personally still not in favor. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's totally understandable. To speak on a couple things you mentioned about trajectories and seeing beyond your target. With the thermal scope, you can see all the way across the valley. We brought in pictures last time where you could see a cow at, 2,700 yards. That's incredibly far. You can't shoot that far. Not with what hunters use for hunting coyotes. Nobody's out there shooting with a 20 millimeter recoilless rifle or a 50 caliber even at night. Nobody's shooting anything with that around here anyways. So to say that you can shoot further than you can see is inaccurate. The technology that we have nowadays, I mean, it's incredible. You can see, like I said, all the way across the valley, cows over 1.5 miles away, you know, and you can see that. A coyote, you can start seeing a coyote 1,000 yards, 1,200 yards, something like that, which is a lot farther than everybody shoots.
No, I understand what you're saying, but people still miss. And
Yeah,
even,
you're right.
And even those with wonderful weapons still miss. I mean, I often say, did you get your deer? Did you get your elk? Didn't get,
But
and that was in the daylight.
On
yes.
that, yeah, people
So
miss in the
I
daylight,
just-
right?
People missing the daylight.
I just don't
seeing
want,
what they're
I don't
shooting
want bullets flying at night. I
Okay,
guess I
but what's
just
the difference between a bullet flying at night because you missed or a bullet flying in the day because you missed? There's virtually zero difference.
Well, no, but I don't want to stop hunting altogether. I mean, that would be the next move, right? I mean, if you say, well, doggone, we'll stop everything. No, I'm not in favor of that. And
Right.
yes, they miss, and yes, they hit things. We've had ranchers in front of us saying, I'm sorry, I'm testifying that they broke this, or they shot this pipe, or they did that, whatever. So it does, but I just don't want to add any more risk to it, that's all. And I understand the other counties, but Lander always stands on its own. We don't go with other counties do, so.
Right. So I don't. Okay, that's fine. I just.
And, we put it in front of the voters, we put out, all the information to everybody for public comment, to have all of that done before we went through the process. And yes, your stuff was very well written, I appreciate that, I appreciate the passion, but, we had people come and testify on it, the ranchers saying, no, these things happen, and, the voters spoke, and I think that this is one of the things that gives me heartburn, is that, and I respect you guys, I really do, and I wanna make sure you know that, but when it's voted down, and then we're trying to figure out a way to go around it,
Right, but
I look at it as a slap in the face to voters, and I know you're not meaning it like that.
no, but it was a slap in the face to us the way it was written on the ballot. It was written so that we could just go down here in the parking lot and start shooting our guns in the middle of the night. And that's what a lot of people were confused about on the ballot, because we weren't involved in the writing of that question, and we voiced that concern at the last meeting that we were at, that it was gonna be poorly written and turn people away, deliberately away from it because of certain people's feelings and how they feel about it, right? So we weren't involved with it at all. We saw it when it came out on the ballot, that it was how it was written. They just wanna get rid of it and allow us to shoot Yosemite Sam style out in our front yards, which is not what we're asking for.
And I didn't see that. Elizabeth, didn't it come out for, in the public meeting before it went out on the ballot for
Yes.
people to speak on?
Yeah,
Yes.
okay. And we just, we didn't see that, so
Okay, and I
that's our
appreciate
fault,
that. No,
obviously.
and I appreciate
But
that, and so I wanted to make sure.
we asked to be,
that it was out there for-
involved in that, and we weren't.
Okay, so,
And many people that voted on it, like even hunters we had people that didn't know what they were talking about. They came to us and were like, I didn't know what that question was, so I just voted no, you know? And then we told them what it was, like, oh, I didn't know that, because of the way it was written. You know what I mean? And it's just, that, we're not asking to go out on the ranchers' properties and shoot. We have a list of amendments or a list of items that we want to put in place to have that, to allow that. There's 5,500 square miles in Lander County. I think over 2 million acres of those is public property. We don't need to go down the street by somebody's ranch and shoot all night. We don't need to go, across the street from your house in the middle of the night and shoot. But we would like to be able to exercise our rights as hunters to go into our own county and be able to hunt. Not have to drive over and spend our money over in Humboldt County or Eureka or Elko County. We want to be able to exercise our God-given rights to hunt here in our own county.
and which I respect, and your intentions are very good, but after working at the sheriff's office for 30 years to try to patrol and,
Yeah.
to keep, you guys are gonna do it right, but there's always people who are not, and that's where the problem
And they're
comes
still
doing
gonna
it
do
now.
that wrong.
Well, and I know, but that's why this got put into
So
place.
giving us,
and I
having
appreciate-
us out there.
I know, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate your guys' the technology and all of that. But at this point, with it going in front of the voters, like I said, it just looks like we're trying to go around what they've said. And so at another time, if it gets brought back up to go back in front of the voters and you wanna be a part of that, changing I'm all for that, but not as far as going around. And I appreciate you, and I wanna make sure you know that, but at this point, I have to stay with what the voters has stated.
I think the biggest problem, guys, is that exactly that. We put it as a question, and the majority of Lander County basically shot it down. I've always been one pro Second Amendment, no restrictions on our gun rights, and I always felt that these laws and regulations are put in as basically penalizes the good acting citizens, because criminals are always gonna be criminals, right? And I still stand on that, but I think that's the biggest hitch here, is that we put that question, and it's like Kathy said, it's almost taking what Lander County said, and it's like, that doesn't mean anything to us, we're gonna do this anyway. But I see what you're saying, it's a completely different approach. It's like, it was kind of like the way it was written, but it was in the pros and the cons, if you read through them, I thought it was pretty, we did a pretty good job of explaining.
Yeah, not really, because the cons were opinionated. They weren't facts-based, they were opinion-based.
Right.
There was no factual, anything in the cons, or even really in the pros. It was all opinion-based, and it turned off a lot of people because they didn't know what it said, what it meant.
Right. Well, and that's an option that we can always do. We can always put the question back more streamlined of exactly what the intent is to taxpayers. And again, we represent the public body, and it's a tough one.
And your input on that would be great, because then you can have a hand in it with what's being done, so then your voice is being heard the way you want it to be heard.
Well, we thought that's what was gonna happen last time.
I'm sorry, that's where the public opinion, I'm sorry where that part, where you fell through the cracks on that, I don't know, I can't say, we just went with what was brought in front of us, and that's how we went moving
Yeah,
forward.
that's fine. I feel like to say that, no, because people are out there doing it illegally, so we're not gonna let you do it legally, is kind of,
No, it is, I agree.
that's kind of BS, to be honest. It's, people are breaking the law, so we're not gonna help you guys do it legally. But you're more than welcome to go do it illegally, just don't get caught, is basically what we're hearing, right? Cause,
Well,
I mean, I know that's not what you're saying, but.
I do not wanna say it that way after, like I said, years of, the only way we know about they're doing it illegally if somebody calls in a property damage or calls in shots fired. And has there been calls out on the ranches and stuff of shots fired out there, after dark? Absolutely, there
Yeah.
has been.
Yeah,
But
'cause
it's like
everybody's-
finding a needle in a haystack. Especially if you don't have those scopes, and God help you if you had somebody looking for you with that scope, but that's, unfortunately, that's why we have the laws on the books that we do, because the bad people ruin it for the good people. And so I think that we come back and you wanted to work as a group to get your voice heard, the next go round, not only shows passion, but it shows that we work together, but at this point, that stuff has always gone on, but it's not saying that, we don't want you guys doing it right. We don't want, at this point, we want anybody doing it, because this is what the law on the book says. And so until we can get it done correctly, but I do respect, I want to make sure I respect all the research that you have done, but it has to be done correctly. And make sure that everybody understands what the ballot question, and we were in the understanding when I read it, that it was broad enough, on the pros and cons truly, that, it would be understandable for what people, and nobody should ever vote on a question, yes or no, if they don't understand what it means.
Do we have any other questions from the board? Is there any public comment on the issue? Can you come to the front, please?
Do you want us to get down?
Pardon?
Do you want us to leave?
No, you're fine, if you have more to say. Come on up and state your name for the record, sir.
Sean Martin, Philippine Ranch. I disagree a little bit with them. I thought the question was understandable, to what they wanted to do, if you read the pros and the cons. And I disagree with the part of people aren't gonna go, there's how many millions of acres of BLM ground out there, but where is the coyote hunting actually done? I get called for every contest, can we come hunt?
Yeah, you're right, but that's why we were trying to get
Majority of the
amendments
hunting's gonna
going.
be around the ranches, farms and stuff, because that's where the coyotes are at. And the thermal imaging is awesome. But the next morning when I go out there and there's a hole in the block of a tractor that was parked out in the field or something, cause it doesn't show up. The pipeline doesn't show up, the pivots don't show up.
Oh,
They
they do,
guarantee
I
you
promise
they
you,
do,
they will not.
100%.
I
I can see your drops. I
every
can
drop
see
of water
drops
that comes out of the pivot,
down.
you can see it.
You
If
can-
they're running,
Or even if they're not, they're
running.
leaking.
Everything has a temperature difference that you
and then
can
how do
see.
I find the people that did it when it's just wide open? So I think the question was fair and I think the people spoke and that's my spiel.
Okay, thank you. Is there any more public comment?
For the record. How are you gonna find them during the day? Same as the night? You said how are you gonna find them?
People around all day, you know, and I see rigs, and when I see rigs, I make sure go see who's out there.
So I got family
And
that are,
who's hunting around.
I got family that are ranchers too, and they fully support this 100%. Even during the day, even their stuff can get shot too, but they still fully support it
I
because they
support
know their
mine.
cattle.
I just like to know who's out there, when they're out there, so I know who to go to.
And that's,
See a hole in the
Well,
pipeline.
that's on
part
our
of this.
list of,
Hey, guys, can we just,
Stuff.
one at a time here,
yeah,
please?
sorry.
Yes, Dan?
That, all that he's concerned about is on the list of what we would like to include to be able to do it, you know. If you're going on the property, a person's property, you gotta have permission, you gotta call them, you can't just go out there and do it. But you also, at the same time, have to be a certain distance, we put a half mile or, at least half mile or a mile from any occupied, structure, right? And we can include that to be, you know, running fields or whatever, you know, we can, we're flexible. We're not asking to go sit on somebody's fence and shoot their property. You know, there's, like I said, there's over 2 million acres of public land in our county. You know, we go out this way, that way, whichever way. You can go hundreds of miles, you know, hundreds of square miles out running into a single pivot or anything like that. Those are all good. You know, there's lots of rivers, streams, creeks, ponds, puddles, whatever, have it. You know, coyotes are everywhere. They're not just hanging out on somebody's field.
We have hunted a lot where we can't see any pivots, anything. We're 20 miles from any rancher's field, pivot, and we have hunted coyotes. And we've had good nights and bad nights, but
And, you know, he's 100% right though. They
He
do
is.
live more there.
so, you know, if adding into there of we have to be a mile from any pivot unless we have permission, that would be fine. So it'd be, if you were within that range of them and you get caught, well, you were still in trouble and going against the regulations.
Public
For the
comment?
record, my name is Andrew Wilfon. So if you go back to your hunter safety, you need to know what your target is and what's behind your target, right? Thermal provides that. You know exactly what you're looking at. There's no, I wonder if. I know what that is. I'm told Winnemucca, so Humboldt County, Eureka County, they're not having any issues from this. So they're not seeing holes and damages and, you know your target, you know what you're after. Anything else is vandalism. We're looking for a criminal there, not for a hunter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, there's a reason the military uses thermal. It's because nothing can hide from it. You can't. Nothing's invisible to a thermal. You know, you can see everything. It's not like a shot in the dark. It's not a guess. It's not a, oh, I don't know, maybe. It's you know what it is, what you're looking at. Even with the cheaper low end stuff, you know what you're looking at.
You know, as far as Ms. Waite's comment of having it specific to thermal, we can start that way. You gotta pay to play. If you don't, it's no different than what it is now.
If you don't have the equipment,
Daniel and
you're
I
still
did
breaking the law.
spend our money to have thermal scopes and night vision, and it's the best money I ever spent. And I've bought a lot of dumb things, but this was, I paid the money and I really enjoy it. So other people would be willing to do that coming into our county if it was legal to thermal hunt. They would spend money here in our town instead of going to Winnemucca or Elko or anywhere else but Lander County. They'd come here and spend money and buy rooms and pay for fuel, and every local business here in town, including the one, Daniel, just opened up of buying stuff, but when we can't offer that, they're not gonna spend their money here. They're not gonna come from Idaho or California or Utah to come to a coyote tournament, cause we can't hunt here.
Thank you. Is there any more comment?
For the record, my name is James Richards. I'm actually from Hawthorne, Monroe County. Down there, I can absolutely respect that Landon County does it their own. I love that. Down there is the Wild West. I thermal hunt. We go out, and without thermal, it becomes much, much more dangerous, just like what you were saying. People with using spotlights, red lights, truck headlights, all of this stuff. People don't know what they're shooting at. They shoot equipment. They shoot, they're just out there Wild West. What these guys are actually proposing right now is like the absolute safest option. Daniel was talking about the lower end scale of the thermal. I have that lower end scale. I had to pay to play. So it's amazing. So in Mineral County, we're way behind the conservation. We don't have mule deer. We don't have antelope. We don't have anything. The predator population has absolutely destroyed it. You talk to our Endow biologist, they ask us what our number one issue is, predator. So, pretty passionate predator hunter. I get pretty involved into it. The state of Nevada has done millions of dollars in predator control, and that's throughout the entire state. So you have government agency going in, flying their helicopters, shooting their rifles, paying government trappers, doing all these things, and you have a group of individuals that are putting out their own money to do it for nothing, and paying you to do it. They're paying to play. I come up and hunt with Daniel. I stay at your hotels. I buy your fuel. I do all these things, and then we have to leave the county. And he absolutely loves it here. I day hunt. Whenever I come up, I day hunt on my way here, and then I day hunt on my way home. It's a phenomenal hunting area. I couldn't even imagine what it'd be like at night with thermal. I mean, it would be unreal out here. And it's especially from my point of view, conservation, like I said, we're way behind the curve. We go out there to try to thin out the population of coyotes, which is about a fraction of what you guys have here. Because coming up here, it's amazing. Down there, we have fewer numbers of coyotes, but we have even fewer prey species. We have nothing. The sage grouse that they've put in up on certain mountains and protected areas that we can't hunt. Endow asked us to go up there and shoot them coyotes to get them off the nests, because all that money is gone. They just wasted everything. So, speaking about ranchers, I hunt for 2 ranchers, the Schulenberger Ranch out of Oregon. Winners 458 head of cattle. This year they lost 18 calves due to coyotes. With my best efforts with my thermal. We were able to get a few, but we couldn't save them all. Sucks for them, they lost a bunch of money. So, just an opinion from a different county.
Thank you for your comment. More public comment?
Yeah, hi, my name's Dennis Course, local farmer. Guys, I agree with you. That you should be able to shoot coyotes, but not at night. The voters said no. That's the main one. And the second one, I let guys hunt on my property all the time, except for deer. Antelope, the gal, she missed. Thermal, she wasn't shooting thermal, antelope, she missed. And hit my riser 3/4 of a mile away. You wouldn't have been able to see that with the thermal. But it's just more to go wrong at night. You wouldn't have seen that riser, it was that high off the ground. So, there's just more to go wrong at night. And money-wise, you shoot a tractor tire. Okay, that puts me down for 2 days. Say it's the weekend, I can't get a hold of Point S to come out and change my tire. That hay sits there for 2 days. Now it gets rained on. It went from $200 hay to $50 hay. Are you gonna pay that difference? Because the bullet missed its target and hit tractor that you couldn't perfectly see, cause it was night, that it just cost me a bunch of money. So that's kind of my theory. And the big one is, our voters have said no. So that's
Thank
all
you.
I got.
Any more questions, comments? Okay, is there a motion? Okay, no motion.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Yep.
Okay, we'll move into item 3, discussion of possible action to approve, disapprove granting Desert Jackpot Junkies in an amount not to exceed $3,500 for barrel racing events taking place on the dates of June 14th, the 28th, June 28th, July 12th, and July 26th, August 2nd, and August 23rd, and September 13th, and September 27th.
Now, I would like to let the commission know that I did speak to Suzanne prior to our budget hearing, but they didn't have all their ducks in a row at that time to come and ask for a grant. So that's why it's on this meeting now.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, I'm Emerald Campbell. And the reason why I brought this up was Winnemucca, the 777, isn't doing their summer races anymore. So we lost another thing for equestrians to go do. So the closest races would be probably Spring Creek, Elko, and the big weekend ones in the fall and the spring in Winnemucca. So we have such a beautiful facility here, the ground, people come from all around to come run in our sand when it's taken care of, if it's not a pool or hard as cement. So I'm hoping that we can kind of get our own deal going and bring people in between the high school races and the big races out of state. We can kind of just have something for locals and out-of-towners to come in and run their horses. So we're hoping to have, you know, original classes like Pee Wee, youth, the open for everybody, and hopefully, if we get enough, we can do seniors and have enough to bring enough in people to have enough payout for people to want to come back and use our facility.
I do have a couple questions, and I'm sorry you didn't have it at budget time, but those things happen, so we're glad you're here today. On the information that you were giving us, you said one of your expenses was a LLC for $400.
Yes.
You are a nonprofit now.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
But I don't see, number one, why we'd consider that. That would be all part of your.
Yes, everything is pending upon approval. So if
Okay, but usually we don't pay for you to be a corporation and those kinds of things.
I just kind of threw that in because I wasn't
okay,
for
well, that's
sure.
all right. We just kind of picked it out. So on the other one was Arena Help.
Yes.
Okay, so this is for four days, right? And you don't do anything but barrel racing, right?
Yes, poles.
Okay,
We're pole
but the
bending.
cost is $1,200.
It's for each race. I'm hoping to have, instead of just volunteering, unless we get in with the juveniles, we can have some. I'm sorry, I can't think of the word. That need.
That's okay. While you're thinking, let me ask:
Yes.
Have you gone to the Convention of Tourism for your advertising and such? Have you done that yet?
No, I haven't done anything yet. Everything
because
is upon approval.
I always like to help, but I don't think we can help to this extent of what we're talking. But it's up to the commission.
So commission do know that when we reimburse that they submit their voucher, and if it does not meet the criteria of our grants, we don't reimburse them for it. So if something was on there like the nonprofit or something like that to be paid for, we wouldn't reimburse them for the expenses that don't qualify for
So
a
if we
grant.
approved the whole amount and then it came back with some of these things, you wouldn't approve an LLC
Correct.
for the corporation.
And do they understand that we don't pay for the administrative, which is the arena help, because that's considered a wage, and we don't pay for the LLC, so are they gonna understand that to begin with, that when they do submit their vouchers, they're not going to be reimbursed for that?
Yes, so that's something that we would have to go over, and I would get with Lakin, and we would send something to Emerald, let her know exactly what does qualify to be paid for through grants and what doesn't.
Emerald, have you contacted local businesses for support?
Not yet, no.
That might be a good idea, just because you are bringing people in that are going to support their businesses. Another thing I'd like to point out, just to make sure the commissioner is aware, is that we did set policy that we'd only spend $100,000 on grants. I want to make sure everybody's thinking with that. We did have a pretty heavy grant session this budget.
385.
So, anyway, any questions?
And on your final, you're at 2280 with your stuff listed, and the dates listed, and the request is for 3,500.
Yes, just, I did, a most, we probably won't even ask for that much. That's with the, everything listed, the LLC, the help, everything. We probably won't even, it's just kind of a buffer to kind of get things that, comes up that, cause I'm kind of just briefing myself on this. So asking the surrounding races, the gals that run those, I'm kind of just learning as I'm going, and hopefully we can get up and running before next year. So this year's would probably just be a trial run, and then we can be up and running by ourselves and just getting water and the tractor running.
So 1,600 of it is gonna have to be off the plate to begin with because of the LLC and the help, because the county can't pay for anything administrative, we understand that.
Yes.
And we have already set our budget, those 2 painful days of cutting, cutting through everybody else's, requests, so just throwing that out there.
Okay, I'll go ahead and make a motion. I always like to see us help a little bit. And if we cover the insurance, is that 500? Is that what that looks like to you?
Yeah.
Okay, I make a motion that we approve them for $500 for their barrel racing events.
Okay. Motion on.
So for the insurance, I can go for that, so I'll second that.
So we have a second. Is there a public comment on the issue? Anybody like to say anything on it? Okay, I'll call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to item 4, commissioners. For discussion and possible action to approve, disapprove 2 opioid settlements. Allegrin Exhibit K, Nevada share in amount of $53,983.93, and CDS Exhibit A, Nevada share in an amount of $293,767.28, and authorize county manager to sign.
You said we did an amendment on this one?
Yeah, it was the agenda.
Well, when I
was-
look at the back though,
It's correct in our pack, but it was wrong on the agenda.
well, the 2 numbers are right, the 53,983.93.
Are you looking at the agenda sheet, or are you looking?
No, I'm not looking at the agenda, I'm looking at the opioid litigation settlement calculator.
If you look at the first column, Patsy, it should be the 293,000.
Okay, the two sheets that we have in here. One is the 29,376.73, and the other one is the 53,983.93. So I don't,
No, but you're looking.
do we have more money? Because those are the only 2 that are listed on our litigation sheet. The calculation.
If you look at the first attachment,
The what?
the first attachment,
The very first one in our pack.
This one right here.
Yeah, underline it, you use it.
it has a net allocation and then a tiny hole allocation. We need to approve the net allocation.
The net allocation.
That one.
So what it is, you have your net allocation, and that last item is a total payment of 10, which would be the 29,000.
So it's the annual ones that are listed, and the one we're approving is the full net allocation.
allocation.
That's why.
The other one is correct on the agenda. It's just-
Okay, well then how about the gross allocation on the other sheet?
You wanna look at the final column on that one, that is the total.
The one that says,
Gross allocation is,
Allergan settlement payments 1 through 7. Okay, if we're taking the gross allocation, it's $7,711.99.
We're not,
that is
Patsy,
per payment.
yeah, we're taking the net allocation total, those two figures that are put in the agenda.
Okay, I understand that, but that's only on one sheet. What about the other sheet?
The very last column is the total net allocation for 52,000.
Okay, forget everything except the first sheet, is what you're saying. All the rest in the other sheets are all combined in the 293.
The first one, yes.
Okay, so the other one is not separate? Because it looks like the two are separate,
They are, they're two separate.
They're two different exhibits.
but we're only using the one.
No, you're approving them both.
Well, then it would be more than the 293.
No, you're approving the 53,000 and you're approving the 293,000.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any questions, any public comment on the issue? Okay, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the amount presented. Make sure.
Okay.
Bear with me again a second. And authorize, for the opioid settlement and authorize the county manager to sign.
Okay, we have a motion, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. We'll move into item 5, presentation from Dr. Coach regarding the geothermal energy effects of greater sage-grouse. Morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
While Pete's setting that up, I'm Sean Espinoza for the record. I'm the Upland Game Staff Specialist with Department of Wildlife.
take a 5-minute break while they get this set up, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Muted. This conference is no longer being recorded.
Okay, guys, the floor is yours.
Okay, well, thank you, Commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity to be here today. My name is Pete Coates. I'm a research wildlife biologist with USGS, Western Ecological Research Center. And Sean and I will be fielding any questions from a quick presentation, or hopefully quick presentation I'd like to give on conclusions of a 10-year study on the impacts of geothermal on sage-grouse populations, and how we use some of the findings from the study to develop a tool, a conservation planning tool or quantitative tool that helps plan projects and helps with the decision making. So with that, I'll just get started. So we can all see the screens here. What we're seeing here is let counts across the entire range of sage-grouse dating back to the 1960s. And the first thing your eye might point out or find is that these populations oscillate. There's some cycles in there. And those cycles about every 8 to 10 years. And the reason for that, there's been quite a bit of research out there, and it has to do with climate conditions. Lots of precipitation, for example, in years where we see these El Nino, La Nina types of patterns amount to larger productivity of sage-grouse, and we end up with population growing and then population declines during periods of drought. It's really messy trying to understand the impacts of anthropogenic features on the landscape or natural and anthropogenic disturbances in general when we're dealing with this stochasticity or these oscillations in these populations. So I'm going to explain some tools we used so that we can look at the evidence of the impacts and really start to guide our understanding, develop tools. First, we need to understand sage-grouse populations as a whole, what's happening trend-wise. And we're seeing, dating back to the 1960s, again, this is range-wide across 11 western states, we see declines of about 2.9% annually. Now, it doesn't sound like a lot, but over this time frame, 60 years time frame, it amounts to about 80% declines since the 1960s. We have some different time frames that we look at to account for those oscillations so that we can account for that, because it's sensitive to start and stop location of when you're estimating that trend. So we're going in these low points or naders to make those estimates and so that they're robust. Now, when we look at the Great Basin, we see something actually worse than what we're seeing range-wide, especially in the most recent cycles. That's just like the last 10 or 20 years. We're seeing declines of almost double of what we're seeing range-wide, about 5.1% annual declines. You can see the figure here, that table just on the left side it's a lambda value. Below 1 is declining, and you can see that the declines have actually got the worst, where we're at a lambda of 0.949 just in this last cycle. That's the last 10 years, dating back to the 1960s. And a lot of this has to do with cumulative effects, wildfires, annual grass invasion, following wildfire, annual grass invasion in general, anthropogenic development, which we're going to focus this talk on, conifer woodland expansion, among others. That's just the most important ones we found in the Great Basin. So let's move on to anthropogenic development, and specifically the geothermal plants, where we've decided to really use this site to understand the impacts on sage-grouse populations. And it's important to think about this in terms of the impacts on wildlife, because sage-grouse are considered an indicator species for the health of the sagebrush ecosystem, and that they use so much components of the sagebrush ecosystem. When the population starts to decline at any one stage, like nest survival or brood survival, it indicates that the sagebrush ecosystem in general is in poor health. And so many other animals rely on those different components of the system, so we think of this as an umbrella species, and that protection of sage-grouse will protect those species that occupy smaller niche space. And previously, there really hasn't been any studies on the impacts of geothermal specifically. Lots of studies on oil and gas in the eastern portion of the range, transmission lines, those types of things. And we know about the impacts, just not specifically on geothermal, which comes with its own types of disturbance like noise and sound. So we published an article of these 10 years study findings in a journal known as Biological Conservation. And this is just a citation of the article, and I'll provide that to anybody who's interested with requests through email. We took two approaches here. We wanted to look for pattern, changes in population dynamics, using LEC count data. And that's just because we have this really great data set that NDOW has been developing over many, many years, along with other western states. So we could look at changes in population sizes from any factor. We could use a before-after control impact design, which is kind of the gold standard of experimental design. This allows us to account for that stochasticity that I talked about earlier, those factors driven by climate, by looking at the treatment effect in relation to a control before the treatment goes in, and then the same thing, the treatment in relation to control after the treatment goes in. Calculate some ratios and see if there's any change in those ratios. So you account for that temporal variation, if you will. But at this site, we wanted to really take an in-depth investigation, so we brought in another objective, which is highly dependent on very fine-scale data, where we marked sage grouse and followed them in the field, tracked their nesting progress, brood progress, adult survival progress, and built a population model. Looked at their movement patterns, those types of things, so we could really understand the impacts. A model is good if you could grab, if the information coming in is good and we could use those parameters, then we can make predictions about that in other areas. And that's really where the model has lots of benefits. So we could use this for decision planning, and that's what we did in our third objective. You're familiar with the McGinnis site. We also have a Tuscarora site as well. We carried this study out at both locations so that we have replication. We can verify the effects occurring at two locations. And when we get to objective one, we think about this in terms of pattern. There's really two responses that we think about with populations. One is their ability to grow, so population growth, and then the other, and what this means is at some location away from the plant, which we're all trying to identify it, how far of a buffer distance is it before you have an effect. That red bullseye that you see up there might be like a theoretical buffer distance, and within some distance like that, we may have shrinking populations, or the animation here shows. The other response is LEC absence, and this is just the grouse disappearing in these areas. And of course, when you have growth rates that continue to decline, then we end up ultimately with LEC absence. So we're looking for kind of a distance effect there. Now, how we set up the design is to look at different spatial scales away from the geothermal plants and look for effects, again, using that Bakke framework, before-after control impact, on both of those different responses. And we're testing these different distances. This gives us some idea of what the distance effect is, so that when we're planning projects, we know about how far we should be from these LEC sites and thinking about planning or expanding projects. And so you can see as the bullseye kind of expands here, we're measuring those different distances to accumulate the most evidence for each distance. I'm not going to get into all the modeling. There's a lot of modeling behind it. It's all in the paper. I'm just going to move right to the results, but just there is a highly quantitative advanced procedure behind this. Hierarchical state space models.
Dr. Coach, real quick, would you
Yes.
mind explaining to the audience what a LEC is? Just
Yes,
so they understand what that is.
So a LEC is an area where males congregate every spring to attract females, and the unique aspect of LECs for us is it gives us an ability to count these birds, and it indexes their population sizes. And with some calculations, we can actually get to an abundance by counting these birds. And they come back to the same location. They're considered traditional breeding grounds. So they come back to the same location year after year, and it allows us to track these birds, which gives us great tools to understand population changes.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is the Tuscarora McGinnis site, and what we found on the population growth rate, that the most amount of evidence was at the 5-kilometer scale, which actually aligns with a lot of research out there for the timeframes with which we conducted this study. From about a 5 to 10 year study period, we're all landing on a very similar type of buffer of 5 kilometers. So I'm going to throw up some numbers here so that we can kind of look at these numbers and think about them. The BI stands for before impact, and we can see, yes?
I don't have any idea how far 5 kilometers are, so in miles or half miles, how far of a distance is that?
It's about
please?
3.2 miles.
Thank you.
3.2 miles, yes, yeah, thank you. Okay, so the BI is the before impact, so this is what was happening within that 5 kilometers before the geothermal plant went in. A 1.15 lambda means there's about a 15% growth rate in that population. Now, when we go to after impact, that same population, it goes to 0.9. Again, because these populations oscillate, we want to know if the controls are doing the same thing as that impact. So we look at the controls. That's these two here. You can see how close those numbers are together based on our model outputs. So we see a pretty big change at the treatment site that's not occurring at the control site, which indicates that, again, that something happened there within that site that's causing this. What it amounts to is a 24% decrease in population growth relative to controls. Now, we like evidence, so we want to make sure these aren't just point values. So we run the iterations of the model, considering all the uncertainty in the model, and there's substantial evidence here, very substantial. 100% of the distribution was less than 1. It really doesn't get more verified than that. And you can see the figure up there kind of demonstrates everything left to that 1, that dashed line. That means that there's really strong evidence of a decline within those populations. And I'm going to show you a little bit more of the history of these areas. These two lines represent what's happening with these populations. The blue is the control areas outside of that 5 kilometer buffer. And you can see how, like I showed in that first figure, the oscillations that are occurring. Now, this isn't abundance, this is growth rate. So anything over that dashed horizontal line means the populations are growing during those years, which are high precipitation years. Below it, those populations are declining. But when we look at the red, it's really interesting because that's the actual line of these populations within the 5 kilometer buffer, and it's growing every year, even in periods of drought. What this indicates to us is that this is a source population, meaning that birds accumulate in this, do very well in this area, highly productive area, and it has largely to do with the same resources that the geothermal activity is there for, and that's the wet meadows and springs and seeps and those types of things that are associated with this geothermal activity. Very important for sage-grouse populations. Now, what this means is when they grow in these populations, they disperse to other populations, nearby populations, so they could have impacts that carry far beyond that point source because these birds move around. They migrate from one population to another, and so we have sink populations that rely on migrants coming in that won't receive them if that source population is declining. So you can see the propagation of the impact can be quite large across the landscape. Now, the red line, once we cross that vertical dash line, which is when the geothermal plant went in, has every year of negative growth, even though the control populations have positive growth in some years. So again, we've taken a source population and it turned to a sink population, if you will. And then there's the lambda values on average, the 1.15, 0.9, reduction in population growth rate after geothermal activity. Okay, we're going to talk about lek absence. What we found here with lek absence is evidence for a 2 kilometer scale, which is a little over a mile. And what this basically means is that that as populations decline, those that are impacted the most are going to go to 0 birds, and that's what's happening in this population. You can see this bar chart here really reflects the before versus the after on the ratio of the treatment to control. Where we had a 6.14% decline before impact, 49 went to almost 50% after impact within 2 kilometers of the lek. And again, when we look at our controls, those are very similar numbers there. So overall, a 730% increase in lek absence relative to the control, which again, substantial evidence. I don't have the figure to show the evidence, but most of that distribution, nearly all of it, is supported this decline. Now we have another process we've done range-wide where we're comparing in a very similar way to that Bakke framework, the trend at local scales to this much larger scale so that we can look for decoupling from those climatic conditions, meaning there's a perturbation on the landscape that cause that. It's known as the targeted annual warning system. We published this in that same report with the trends data. That report, in order to do that modeling, it required specific types of data, and so we had to eliminate some of the LECs that didn't meet the criteria for this modeling. But these were the LECs, the black dots there, that were retained. And when we look after the plant went in 2015, we end up with a watch. A watch means that has decoupled from that larger climatic condition, which is similar to what I just showed there. This is just another line of evidence with different data. And then it moved to a warning in 2016. And the other nearby LEC ended up with a watch there as well. Now, again, I mentioned there were other population or other LECs that were not modeled there. I'm gonna bring those in right now. And that's what this looks like here. All of the squared, if you can see the symbology there, the squares represent unmodeled population. Red represents those that went inactive. So you can see all of the unmodeled populations from the targeted annual warning system were inactive following the LEC, which also corroborates the study that I just demonstrated. And that's from our targeted annual warning system. Okay, so the pattern is established. Something's happening there, the population dynamic. We'll talk about the process, what's happening with these birds. In order to do this, we need to capture birds, mark them, follow them, understand what their behaviors are, and create a population model. And we do this because we know that the number of birds in year one, or the number of birds in year two, are influenced by a growth rate from the number of birds in year one. But there's a lot of factors that influence those growth rates. So we bring in all those spatial factors. And we're looking at confounding effects as well, such as any types of amount of sagebrush cover, trees, those types of things on the landscape. And we're also interested in ravens, because ravens make, there's plenty of research out there to show that ravens impact birds, and we're also getting brought in information on them. So I'll talk about that as well. But we're most interested in the distance to this geothermal plant, the effect of that, after accounting for all these other potential confounding variables, and estimating the impacts of that on these processes like recruitment and survival. We went further and developed a topographic impedance index. And what this basically means is if there's any barriers to sound and sight. So it's more or less a proxy for noise projected and lights projected from whatever anthropogenic disturbance. You can see what the figure looks like there. It lights up as you go up canyons and valleys and so forth. You have low impedance, and then you run into mountains. As you can see from the topography there, it's much higher impedance. Okay, moving right to the results. This is a three-dimensional figure because we've found things are a little complex here in ecology, but we have dependency among three variables. The first variable, which is the y-axis, is nest survival. In this case, we looked at each life stage. The second variable is the distance to that geothermal plant, which is the first x-axis you can see there on the left side. And the second x-axis is the topographic impedance index. Now the interdependencies among these is really interesting, in that when we are at low impedance, meaning like a valley or flat terrain, there's a strong distance effect. And that's that black line you see in the figure right there. Basically what this means that at zero distance, we estimated a 4% increase in nest survival, which is extremely low. Whereas when you get up to about 6 kilometers in flat terrain, a 36% nest survival probability. That's something more average to the Great Basin, still low compared to range wide. But that's an 83.8% change or increase in nest survival from 0 to 6%. Now the reason why this is a three-dimensional plane, this interaction, is because that relationship is modified by that topographic impedance. In other words, how much topography is in the way, and that distance really makes a difference on the distance effect. And what we found that at relatively short distances, the topographic impedance has a very strong effect, where when those two kind of work interchangeably. So in other words, you could have shorter distances with no effect as long as there's hills in the way. Now the model could be ran on any surface for a new plant coming in or any kind of other type of anthropogenic impact to make predictions about that surface. I'm going to show that toward the end of the talk here. But here's something very interesting that we brought into the model. We did raven surveys out there to calculate raven densities and made spatially explicit maps of those raven densities. And then we were able to look at, basically under different levels of raven density, how that influences that surface. And as it turns out, when raven numbers are relatively high, and in this case, over 0.4 ravens per square kilometer. It flattens this plane, meaning that the distance effects and the topographic impedance effects don't make a difference anymore. Raven numbers are so high that you have a very low nest survival probability, under 20%. Under that threshold, populations can't grow. Even if you have great chick survival and adult survival, they can't grow. It's too low of a nest survival probability. So we're seeing ravens limit population growth specifically when their numbers get high. Now this is also important to any anthropogenic subsidy, because through other research we've done and mapping that we've done, which you can see the map here, we've identified that the largest driver of raven populations are in fact anthropogenic subsidies on the landscape. They serve as food sources, roadways, provide roadkill, cereal crop, as well as transmission lines, provide perching, nesting substrate, billboards, and so forth. Lots of different opportunities for ravens to have room and board through human influences. These are just some figures coming out of some other work that we've done to show those relationships. Okay, lastly, I'm gonna, and I'll also bring up, we did that same type of modeling for each life stage, developed a population model, and then we could predict out what the decrease in population growth rate is based on those changes in those vital rates, and it turned out to match very closely with that LEC data that I demonstrated before in that objective one. So we were able to identify that process. Now the nice thing about these types of data, when we can do a study that's so in depth, we could use the parameter estimates to develop a tool, some software behind the tool, and be able to take any point on the landscape and apply that tool. If we want to think about a geothermal plant going in somewhere, we could look at the predicted effects. We could plan how that plant looks like, where the wellheads go, where the roads go, where the transmission lines go, redesign it and recalculate the effects. And we've done this for every potential geothermal site in the Great Basin. I'm just going to show very quickly the results to this, but we've taken our LEC data and developed an abundance and space use index model. This just tells us basically if birds are even there. So you might have a geothermal plant that has a predicted effect because it's based on the covariates around that area, but if birds aren't there, it's not going to have an impact on sage grouse. So we're bringing in that occupancy modeling as well. And then we could predict at each of these geothermal locations what the effect is. And these just kind of show the spatial explicit predictions, where that one on the right side, down in the bottom right-hand corner, the coloration you see there in the middle, that's actually one of our geothermal sites here. And you can see the strong effect, whereas if we have low space use and abundance or low predicted effects, you're going to get those other two surfaces there. We could quantify that once we get this information and then rank out all of the potential sites. And this can help with the siting process, permitting process, and so forth, to know how they're likely to impact sage grouse populations. So this research has really led to a tool to help plan for any anthropogenic impact or infrastructure going on the landscape in sagebrush ecosystems. It turns out from all of that we looked at that these two sites ranked out number 1 and number 3 among all of the current leases and planned leases that we got from the NREL data. Okay, so in summary, the first objective looked at pattern using LEC counts in a before-after control impact framework for both population growth and absence rates, and found that at 5 kilometers there's a strong effect on growth rate, but over the very long term, we're getting out to 15 kilometers. When we first started this study, the first couple of years of data was 2 kilometers. So every year that we're doing it, the area is getting larger. And it really shows in the research when you have these long-term studies, that area does get larger, and it's probably because of the cumulative impacts over time. LEC absence rate, as expected, should be a smaller distance because those LECs are going to 0 over time, and that growth rate is propagating out, the impact on that. And we found up to 2 kilometers with the length of the study we did. Evidence of negative impacts specifically to nest survival. We did see some impacts, again, with the topographic impedance index on adult survival as well, not so much on chick survival. But what we found at relatively low raven abundance, an increase in distance or topographic impedance can increase nest survival. High raven abundance kind of flattens that. So ravens are a problem everywhere. But ravens, again, are attracted to a lot of the subsidies that come up from these types of applications. I will say that these geothermal plants, the management behind them took a lot of preventative measures to keep ravens out, perch deterrent devices, and many different actions. So the raven abundance specifically right at the plant wasn't really even as high as it was in some of the nearby areas, which we don't typically see that when we're looking at new anthropogenic structures, and it might have been because of their strong efforts to keep raven numbers low. Raven abundance and occurrence is positively linked to anthropogenic structure features, which increase through the geothermal energy development. And again, one thing here is that these may be impacting this specific type of infrastructure source populations. Solar, wind, those are in other locations, not so much related to upland wet meadows that these birds rely on, so it might not have the same impacts as far as a meta-population dynamic or how it influences other populations, but because it's at these areas where sage grouse are very productive, the impact is likely larger. Last point here, the objective 3, all of this work really goes into a decision support tools and software to help make decisions in the future. And of course, modifications with professional expert advice and those types of things, can help fine tune these models, which we're working on. And with that, I take any questions. I'd like to acknowledge ORMAP Facilities for funding the work and working logistically with us and understanding this. They're really behind the development of this infrastructure impact tool, which can be used in other locations. Bureau of Land Management, Nevada Department of Wildlife also provided a lot of support logistically and funding wise. And then we also teamed with Great Basin Bird Observatory for a lot of the folks in the field and data collection. A few graduate students were involved, and the Nevada Governor's Sagebrush Ecosystem Council has been supporting this work, and we're working with the Sagebrush Ecosystem technical team to get this tool implemented into some of the program that the state is using.
Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Coates. Could we possibly get a copy of his full presentation, just so we have it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'll open up any questions.
I was wondering with any of this, just as note, does Jeremy or Caleb have anything that they want to input to any of this, since all I know of them is boots in the ground in this area? So I was just wondering if they have some comments to make in regards to this, if that's all right.
For the record, Caleb McAdoo, Nevada Department of Wildlife Habitat Supervisor out of Elko. Thank you for the invite up to here. Certainly be willing to answer any questions. I don't know that we have anything specifically, or that I have anything specific. I might mention a couple things, that just a little background. The department has been engaged in the McGinnis Hills facility, commenting through the process as a cooperating agency with the BLM since probably back to the leasing in 2008. And so we've been highly engaged in making BLM aware of our concerns about the impacts of this facility. And we would be willing to answer any specific questions.
Well, was there any mitigation or anything put in place for anything that had to do with these birds that, because I always hear the word mitigation, if there's problems, they're mitigating because they're the ones that are allowing the plants and things to go. So is there any mitigation that has to do with these birds that is being done?
Yes, I mean, certainly the BLM would be the most appropriate to speak to the mitigation requirements in the NEPA documents that were part of the permitting process. But I can speak to some of that just, again, because of our participation in the Wildlife Working Group as part of this and our knowledge on it. So this project in particular has gone through 3 separate phases and is, in my understanding, entertaining a phase 4. So those 3 phases, there has been different mitigation requirements, particularly phase 1 and phase 2. The proponent offered a financial compensation to provide some habitat improvement, habitat uplift in the area. I think, you know, much of that work that was asked of the proponent by BLM has been completed. The money that was put in place for that mitigation, there still remains a significant sum that's left over. So after 10 years from phase 1 and phase 2, some of that mitigation has yet to be completed, and that's probably primarily due to a lack of NEPA approval to get that mitigation money on the ground, because it was not approved in the original document. And so those funds still exist, and so there's mitigation that has been either ineffective or incomplete on these projects. I can't speak exactly to phase 3 what those mitigation measures were, but yeah.
So does habitat in, the restoring habitat, are you seeing that is working at all, or when those, from what I'm not gonna pretend that I'm an expert by any means, but I'm very interested in this because I hate to see anything, disappear from our, landscape and just disappear, period. Or is it seen that anything that's, any kind of mitigation or anything that's done bringing any of these birds back, or is it just getting smaller and smaller and smaller to where then they end up going on, you know, and I know everybody hates this word, on the endangered species list, which burns us all down when that happens, so.
I'll start and then maybe tip it over to Sean. So I think Pete's work, the presentation, Dr. Coates' work, I think is a pretty good indicator of whether or not that mitigation has been effective. The numbers that he just provided are pretty compelling to depict the declines in the area. So the mitigation that has been completed, I would pretty confidently say has been ineffective, and I think that's been one of our concerns from the outset, is the NEPA process which permitted these facilities. It's what's called a mitigated FONSI. That's what the permitting mechanism was for that phase 1 and phase 2. And so with that, the idea, and again, BLM could really speak to that better than myself and more appropriate, but the idea with that is that the mitigation measures would offset any significant impacts. And I think what Dr. Coates has presented today clearly demonstrates significant impacts to sage grouse in the Toiyabe PMU. And I don't know, maybe Sean, if you want to talk about.
Yeah, I thought you summed it up. So Sean Espinoza for the record once again. What we're finding is that the mitigation that's been put in place to date hasn't really overcome the impacts of the facility. There are habitat improvements that have been demonstrated to be effective. Conifer encroachment and conifer removal has been shown to be effective in areas absent of these anthropogenic disturbances on the landscape. So we do see, once we go in and remove conifer, for example, we'll see increases in nest survival and increased use of the area. So there is benefits there, and I think there's probably demonstrated benefits of fire restoration activities over time. It does take quite a bit of time for these things to present themselves in the population of the birds, though, so it does take some time. But in this particular area, it's very difficult to overcome the impacts of the increased raven population and also of the increased noise that's out there on the landscape. That's one thing that probably wasn't real clear in the presentation, is there's a tremendous amount of noise that emanates from this facility. And once you get above 25 decibels above ambient on a sagebrush landscape, or 10 decibels above ambient, you start to have an effect on how the birds are using those leks. And so females will go to a lek site, they'll select the male based on the dominant male on how that bird sounds on the lek. And if there's some sort of impedance on how that bird hears on the land, on the lek, she may not breed. And so I think that that's probably one of the mechanisms that we're seeing here, because we are seeing elevated levels of noise in this particular area. There's, just for a little bit greater context of the area in general, so McGinnis Hill sits in Grass Valley, which is, 20 some miles north of Austin, and it sits in between Bates Mountain in the Simpson Parks and Mount Callahan. And it's pretty strategically located from a grouse standpoint, because what we saw was once USGS did that marking, a lot of those birds were using habitats on top of the Simpson Parks, and they were using habitats on top of Mount Callahan. And so that population was completely interconnected. Once you put that facility right there in the middle of all that, it really impacted kind of a core area of that population, a breeding ground, if you will, a much larger than, just a couple of leks. And so what we're seeing now is that effect is emanating further out into the landscape. Like Dr. Coates mentioned, that was a source population, and we've affected that source, and we don't have that. So we're seeing decreases in populations nearby.
So in the layman's, and just because I don't want to forget this, I've been sitting and listening to the stuff with sage grouse for about 10 years, from coming to commission meetings when I still working at the sheriff's department and listening to different people speak on stuff. And I'm not pretending to be an expert, but I can probably say with most certainty what's going on there is like what they are saying 5G is going to do. That noise that you can't hear that really does affect you is the same idea of what's happening to these birds. And even when after the permitting's done and the resources gone and we're all gone, the ravens don't go away and those birds do not come back. And I think that it's very sad that happens, and so they dwindle out. And I know people are gonna throw stones at me for saying this, but in the studies in the reading I've been doing, not only is it our responsibility, and here comes the stones, it's also biblical of what we're doing to these animals and these birds. And so I want people to step back when yes, it's about money, people want to make money and those kind of things, but when we're doing permitting and we're doing all these things, there are a species that were here long before us that we are destroying. And so for people just to step back and go, yes, there's money involved, we can make money here, but there's also, once we're gone, that doesn't change the landscape of what we've done and the footprint that we have left. And I cannot say that enough, truly. Dr. Peters, when he was still alive, was the one who got me into looking at the 5G and then the geothermal and all that, to where I started getting interested in reading that stuff and what those things do without anybody. We can't hear those things, but what it does to us and what it does to animals. And so just, but truly what we're doing is very sad.
So I have a comment and then I have some questions. So first off, I find it fascinating that WORMAT basically funded Mr. Coates or Dr. Coates to do the research, and it's definitely not favorable to WORMAT. It's just based on your presentation. A question for you, Doctor, is you said that it was a 2.9% annual decrease range-wide, where the Great Basin is 5.1, and from my understanding, what we're dealing with in the Great Basin is the geothermal footprint of disturbance. It's habitat that the ravens like. I may have missed it, but what did you say was the reasoning for the 2.9% decrease range-wide?
Yeah, and I would argue the 5% that I mentioned in the Great Basin isn't specifically to geothermal per se, because that's so much area. There's so little geothermal activity. Matter of fact, if we look at the footprint of geothermal compared to other forms of renewable energy, we see it's far less, and non-renewable energy far less than that. But it's all about the placement of geothermal, which is different from some of these other energy types of enterprise, and that as we've been showing, it's placed in areas that are productive areas that are source populations. So it could have more impact per se. And I would also argue too that the funding for this by ORMAT was to understand the effects in order to develop a tool that helps plan for the future in ways that it's just difficult for a bunch of human brains to do, where we have the evidence, we've quantified, we've developed a model, and it takes us to that next level.
Yeah, and I wasn't planning otherwise. I would think they would try to mitigate based on your study, so.
Yeah, and that's how we could use the tool for mitigation purposes, trade-offs for habitat restoration and so forth. The other 2.9%, just to get to your second question there, is largely, that's range-wide, so it's cumulative factors in the Great Basin and then in the eastern portion of the range. Mostly crop conversion and oil and gas development has been the largest factors affecting sage grouse populations. There's a lot of literature on oil and gas from that area, and a lot of the stuff aligns with non-renewable or renewable energy sources out here in the west.
Right, then my last question might be more for Endow is, we see where ravens creates a significant problem for the birds, but it's my understanding that permits are kind of scarce, that they're hard to get. If you do get them, they have to, there's a certain kill quota that's, once it's reached, you can't kill more. Is that correct? And if so, why? If we have a bird that's so threatening, why aren't we taking care of the predator and making it more easy to take care of the predator?
Yeah, so Commissioner Sparks, great question, and question we get asked very often. Our permit that we get from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, we have to get a federal permit because they're protected under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. We get a permit for 2,500 ravens annually. That's our cap. Wildlife Services also has a permit for 2,500, but that's specific to livestock protection. Ours is specific to wildlife. Wildlife Services does the work for us. They're currently out and will begin treatment. Actually, some of the treatment will occur in Lander County starting next week for protecting sage grouse nesting activities. We're working with the Migratory Bird Office in Sacramento to try and get that permit increased. They're going through an environmental assessment process that's been taking quite a bit of time. They have estimated that we could reasonably take up to 20,000 birds annually, ravens. Now, whether or not we'll get a permit for that many, I don't know. I hope so. But I would think it's going to take somewhere on the order of between 20 and 30,000 to try and catch up with raven densities currently in Nevada, the Great Basin anyway. But we're still waiting for that environmental assessment to be completed by the service to get that permit up. You've been involved with the Raven Corps team, Pete, if you want to, chime in on that.
Yeah, I'll just add to that. So the Fish and Wildlife Service is relying on some of the state expertise to come up with a plan, and this is part of this Raven Corps team, and it's an interagency team put together to make a recommendation to the service leadership so that they can have some type of a process for removing ravens or otherwise, just reducing anthropogenic subsidies and habitat improvement. So we've developed basically a 3-tiered plan where we've developed some tools on how to measure density in the environment, map it across large landscapes. It's all part of the software product. And then it makes recommendations as to whether or not that area is in Tier 1, Tier 2, or Tier 3. The different tiers reflect different management actions. Tier 1 is habitat improvement, 2 is anthropogenic subsidy, denial or removal, just modifications, and Tier 3 is lethal removal. So in order to get to that lethal removal, you need to have densities at a high enough threshold that impact species like sage grouse and other sensitive species, and it helps you basically quantify that. With that plan and process, it potentially allows for permitting of more raven take in specific areas, and rather than every area going through some type of an EIS permit process. Thank you.
I just had a couple quick questions, and gentlemen, thank you, and Dr. Coates, I know I can't even imagine the extensive studies that this really you have brought to us today, but thank you. But through there, one of them, you said you had 135 candidate sites, which I assumed was other states around too. And then, of course, when you're referring to our northeastern Nevada, which seems to have the biggest decrease that you've been pointing out, how many sites are there that you were including in that, in northeast Nevada? We kept saying Great Basin, but how many sites really is it?
Yeah, I don't know the numbers offhand. I could get that information for you, but it's essentially depending on the boundary area that you're thinking of, northeastern Nevada.
Well, in your report, you simply refer to northeastern Nevada, but here, I mean, you mentioned a couple. You mentioned of course, McGinnis and
Tuscarora.
Tuscarora, and I thought, so of those, and we seem to have the biggest decrease all the way through. I'm wondering, you had mentioned earlier that actually they've collected and marked some of the sage grouse, is that right?
At those two locations. and then-
Just those two
just those
locations,
two.
okay, so have you found them somewhere else? Where did they go?
Well, and that's what the second portion of this on the process part. It's thought that maybe when a plant goes in, or any infrastructure, transmission line, whatever it is, that birds might move away from that area. And then the other process is that the rates of recruitment and survival drop in that area, and the birds don't move, they just perish. So those are the two underlying hypotheses. and
Okay,
they're
because
not
I know
mutually
you referred to the chicks that we lost and then a lot of the females.
Right.
But I was hoping they would just move somewhere so
Yeah,
they'd still be there. And we send them to summer camp or something, you know.
Unfortunately, the evidence is that they perished in that area. And then aside from that, those were potential migrants to go to these other populations instead of, that would otherwise be recruited. And so it has expanding effects because those are source areas at these two populations. Now, what we did is we took all the information from those two populations, and we have all the sites, the 135 candidate sites, with spatial explicit information so we could predict what's going to happen at those sites, given the changes in topography, distance effects, and all the underlying land cover variables like sagebrush, conifers, and so forth. And that's where ours ranked, these two sites ranked out fairly high, which isn't surprising because they chose to utilize those sites for those reasons.
Well, thank you for bringing it to us and appearing for us today. And sad as it is, hopefully good things will come of that in the future so we can do something to save them all, because that's our whole point. So, thank you.
Is there any questions from the audience?
It's a wonderful presentation. Well, my name is Wayne Neverhurt, for the record, it's a wonderful presentation. I would like to ask you, Lander County, Nevada has an abundance of geothermal activity, and therefore there's numerous power plants. Lander County also has numerous wild horse herd management areas, and the Callahan area is also a herd management area for wild horses that has excessive AMLs currently. What effect does that have on the sage grouse as well as the geothermal combined? I mean, from what I see, that's probably a real devastating effect to the population of sage grouse.
Yeah, that's an excellent question. And again, it gets back to geothermal's not the only impact. Obviously, there's many others on the landscape. And thinking about habitat, and I'll answer that in one moment, but to get back to the habitat question, habitat improvements can definitely help an area, but there's things we don't think about when it comes to habitat, like ravens, which predators, horses, which are competitors, climate, those types of factors. And those types of that type of information, or just factors on the landscape, can prevent birds from using that habitat or make it more difficult. Their functional response goes up. In other words, a predator like a raven, if it's in greater numbers, can have much more impact even though the habitat is there. Horses are very similar. We're seeing degradation of habitat. There's plenty of studies out there in sagebrush ecosystems when they get above AML. AML is a set number, the appropriate management level based on a carrying capacity for how many horses are on the landscape after accounting for AUMs for cattle that are given for that particular area. The leftover utilization from the calculations are given to those horses setting AML. And so we did a study looking at the percent over AML impacts on sage grouse across the entire state of Nevada. And it turns out that once you get over 100% AML, you start to have impacts on population growth rates substantially. And at 200%, we have plummeting populations. And a lot of areas inland are, obviously in that much over AML. So there's impacts. It's not going to influence this study unless some areas specifically around those geothermal plants have higher horse numbers than outside, which we're arguing is not the case. So we're in more or less controlling for that effect in our treatment control type of design. Yeah. And we're further studying right now horse impacts, the process, and it turns out that it's impacting both nest survival and chick survival. And the cumulative effect in both of those stages is leading to the reduction in the number of birds from that recruitment, not necessarily survival overall.
Yeah, for the record, Caleb McAdoo, Nevada Department of Wildlife. I just, great question, and I just want to chime in on behalf of the Department of Wildlife. The department stays actively engaged in supporting gathers on BLM lands in Nevada, and we're very concerned about numbers over AML. Our director, our past director, Director Wasley, recently in January 2022 actually wrote a very compelling letter to the BLM encouraging Battle Mountain District BLM to conduct gathers. And so I just, I want the county commission to know that the Department of Wildlife is very concerned about not only impacts to sage-grouse, but other wildlife species as well. And it makes it challenging for us to provide abundant wildlife populations that citizens and economies rely upon when we have those challenges on the landscape. And so I think it's something that people don't think about, when we're considering tag quotas and declining populations, when, we're being subjected to forces that are frankly outside of our control. And so I, again, just want to point that out. And if I may, Chairman Sparks, I'd like to come back to Dr. Coates' presentation for just a second and make a couple other points that I think are important for the commission to recognize. Dr. Coates mentioned the targeted annual warning system, which is a key component of the BLM's land use plan. And when those triggers are met, hard and soft triggers, there's implications for land uses across federally managed lands. And again, I'm not the person to speak to that. I would encourage you to understand that, explore with the BLM what some of those consequences may be. But we have hit triggers across the state, not only in Lander County, but other parts of the state as well. And frankly, we're concerned about that. So I think that's a key component that the department continues to look at. But again, that's a BLM land use plan component. So I think in closing on the McGinnis Hills part for the department, we raised concerns about impacts to sage grouse since as early as 2008. I think it's a great example of acreage of disturbance is not the only metric that we should be looking at when we're considering impacts, right? As they mentioned, this is a very small acreage facility, but it's just like I own a restaurant, the old adage, location, location, location. It's the same for wildlife. And so we're very hopeful that Dr. Coates' tool will be used in the future to help better locate facilities that government agencies like the Department of Wildlife, county commissions can be more informed about where these facilities are going in their counties and in the state, so that we can be placing these facilities that we all need and we rely on, that we can place those in good locations. It's our understanding that the power produced from this facility is part of a power purchase agreement for the city of Los Angeles. So, Lander County is bearing the brunt of some impacts that are going elsewhere. But again, I think it's important that we locate these facilities. We certainly support industry, and we understand that, and we want industry, and we need industry. But we want to do that responsibly and place them in good locations.
Thank you, Caleb. And again, thank you, Dr. Coates.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll move on here. So, yes, public comment?
My name's Lenny Shepherd, and I don't think the general public is aware as a whole that sage chickens you can't raise them in captivity and go plant them. And a lot of people don't know that. They think, well, you just go get them and take them over here. And that should be stressed.
Yeah.
That's why they're disappearing. They can't plant them anywhere. Am I right? raise them in captivity?
So, yeah, thanks for the question from the public and through the chairman, once again, Sean Espinoza for the record. And I think we kind of touched on it a little bit earlier, but sage grouse are kind of like mule deer and a lot of other sagebrush obligate species. Is they're hardwired in learning how to use their landscape. They don't just sit in one spot. They move around, and so they have an innate ability to learn from their parentage about how to use the landscape. So that hen raises a brood, that brood stays with that hen for a while, but then they move to a winter habitat. They move to a certain brood-rearing habitat. They know where that lek is on the landscape. The males will return to that specific lek year after year. There's only, a 3% interchange rate of males between leks, so they're hardwired to that particular spot on the landscape. And if you bring an individual from a chicken coop and throw that bird out there, it has no knowledge about how to use that landscape and has no knowledge about the predators up above. So it's really a sitting duck. You're wasting time and money by doing an endeavor like that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
Good
you,
question.
Lenny.
Thank you. Okay, guys, we're gonna jump to item 7. We have just some people that need to get out of here. For discussion of possible action to approve, disapprove declaring a state of emergency regarding the feral horse issues in Lander County. Morning, guys.
Morning again, Commissioners. My name is Dan Tamara, Chairman of the Lander County Public Lands Use Advisory Council, and I have 2 board members with me. We were asked by the Commissioners to put together a plan, some way of dealing with the feral horse problem in Lander County. So we've met several times and put together a small presentation to submit to you guys with our recommendation. So we'll kind of give kind of an overview presentation of what we come up with. Also, I believe in the audience is Mr. Jim French, but I haven't met him. Is that you?
Yep.
It's nice to meet you. When we're done with our presentation, I would like to invite Mr. French up to give maybe some more specifics on the case. He's dealt with this issue a great deal more than we have as a board, and he can maybe answer some more specific questions that you may have after our presentation. Before I start, there's 2 acronyms that will come up quite a bit. HMA is a herd management area, and AML is appropriate management levels, and it's important to know what those acronyms are because they're mentioned all the time. So if we wanted to, we'll just go through our presentation. I'll kind of read it off to you as we go, and if there's any questions on each specific slide, you can ask, and we'll just go through our presentation, and hopefully I can read it. I'm gonna have to move closer to Amy. What's that? Yeah, most of this information came from a BLM fact sheet that we got off the internet. So this first one is the Wild Horse and Burro Program. Congress directed the Bureau of Land Management and U.S. Forest Service in 1971 to manage and protect America's wild horses and burros to support a thriving natural ecological balance on public lands. It shows that there's 140 herds are overpopulated currently. I'm not going to read all of the numbers specifically. Everybody can see the screens, and you have all of this information in your packets as well. This is just a couple of different HMAs in Lander County. The Callahan HMA is 386% overpopulated with a estimated population of 914. The South Shoshone is 1,621% over AML, with an estimated population of 1,621, and the Augusta Mountains is 353% over AML, with an estimated population of 1,100 horses.
So Dan, real quick on that, so just make sure I'm reading it correctly. So like Callahan, it allows for 237, but there's 914, is that?
Correct, it's a range from 130 to 230 head in that particular HMO. And its current population is estimated at 914. And these were numbers that we got from the BLM, and they may or may not be accurate to date, but that's the best numbers we could find.
Okay, thank you.
And there's quite a few more HMAs in Lander County than those specifics that we listed. Current conditions and impacts, unmitigated population. Nevada has more wild horses than all other states combined, about 78,000 free roaming horses. Wild horses have overgrazed, leading to soil erosion and a loss of habitat for other species. They consume too much vegetation and overtake water resources. They are now so overpopulated that they are starving in many other free-range areas. Recently was told that this 78,000 number is quite low, and we can ask Mr. French if he could give us a better number than that when he comes up. Currently, estimate on range and horse and burro populations is 86,189 animals, and they will double every 4 years. Current conditions and impacts, competition for resources. Wild horses are competing with other native wildlife species for food and water. The overpopulation has led to a decline in the population of these species. It has also led to inadequate food for the overpopulated herds and has resulted in malnutrition and starvation within the wild horse herds. Since 1971, livestock grazing has been reduced approximately 30% on the western rangelands, and wild horse numbers have increased over 300%. Damage to riparian areas. Wild horses have caused damage to riparian areas, which are important habitat for a wide range of species. The trampling of soil has decimated vegetation and made the areas less suitable for wildlife. This has led to the spread of invasive species. The wild horse consumes the vegetation and spread the seeds of invasive plants to other areas, which further harms the ecosystem. Wild horses can also come into conflict with livestock as they compete with resources such as grazing areas. This can lead to damage to property and loss of income for Nevada ranchers. Hunting, fishing, and other outdoor activities provide a substantial economic boost to rural Nevada communities, from gasoline sales, motel rooms, restaurant purchases, and in and out of state hunting and fishing licenses. The devastation caused by the overpopulation of wild horses hurts rural counties' bottom line economically. There are currently hunting areas that have been limited and tentative closures for the season due to large part to the damage caused by the wild horse population. This is kind of a graph of the economic impacts to the state as a whole. Lander County has approximately $4 million annual income to hunting.
So now, let's hope this works.
We have a short video
We're gonna just watch 4 minutes of it.
from Out of Balance, which Mr. French was involved in, as well as Bert Paris has a short speech he gives in this section of the video.
It's supposed to work. Oh, no. No, it was working earlier. Who's our technology person?
That would be you.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. French is a member of the National Wild Horse and Burro Board, and he is there's 9 members to that board, and he was appointed by the president.
We're only gonna watch the first 4 minutes.
Funding for this program has been provided by the Nevada Rangeland Resources Commission.
Can you guys hear it okay?
The saddest part of this whole thing is that the mismanagement of wild horse numbers has not only impacted livestock operators, wildlife populations, and recreational use of the public land, it's impacted dramatically the horses themselves.
There are people in the BLM that understand the management of horses and know how to protect the resource. But with the advocates and their ability to pull on the heartstrings of people,
Really? Maybe we can have Jim talk for a minute. Does this happen with internet with you guys sometimes?
You're on public Wi-Fi.
Should I use my hotspot, you think, or? It's a really powerful 4 minutes, should we let it just, and there's no other internet?
One second, Amy, we're gonna give you the password to access our.
Okay. Which one is it? This one? And I'm gonna do the, on the three fishes, upper U, nine, lower A, lower J, upper F, upper U, 5, 8, upper F, lower R, lower N, N, 9, K, upper J.
Thanks, Les.
It's worth waiting for. Okay. Connected secured. Everybody else turn yours on airplane mode or something. All right, let's see if it works. It's not really working.
the management of horses and know
It's
how
not
to
coming
protect
through
the
to the board
resource.
up there.
But with the advocates
That's
and
not up
their
there.
ability
Oh,
to
no.
pull on the heartstrings of people.
you can hear it.
Yeah, it's not working. This is so good too. Maybe we can let it buffer for a few minutes. I don't get why that doesn't work.
You're asking the wrong person.
All right. We'll come back to it and let it buffer. It is starting to buffer, so we'll come back to it after a few slides. Now it's not bringing us back. Guys, we need to put something in the budget for a better system.
Yeah, it seems like this doesn't work very well.
You need to hire a 10-year-old.
All right, we'll come back to it before Jim speaks later, because it's pretty good. Now what? Should I? Oh, this? Meeting room? Do, make it what? Exit that. Join in.
Yes.
Amy, do you want to continue with your presentation while that?
It won't come up.
Why don't we just,
Wait, now
you
as
can
well.
still run it on your laptop, correct?
Is it on?
Just go back to where we were, past that video.
Okay, and then.
And I'll just read off of here, cause that's basically what I'm doing anyway. And we'll
You have it.
we'll continue, so we're not holding you guys up.
Speaks for all of these guys.
Nevada herd management areas, BLM Nevada managed 83 wild horse and burro herd management areas in approximately 15.6 million acres. The combined appropriate management level for all HMAs in the state is 12,811 animals. It's okay, click to the next one. Wild horse and burros are to be managed according to the Wild and Free Roaming Horse and Burro Act of 1971, which not only specifies where wild horses and burros can occupy public lands, but they shall be managed in a manner that produces a thriving natural ecological balance. In addition, the Bureau of Land Management and U.S. Forest Service are required by law to maintain and balance multiple use of public lands, including wildlife, horses, and cattle grazing. PLUAC recommendations. The PLUAC recommends that Lander County, 1, acknowledge that wild horses and burros are feral animals. 2, ensure horse and burro populations follow agency resource management plans and the Lander County Policy Plan for federal administered lands. 3, take county responsibility and action in accordance with the Wild Horse and Burro Act's recommended area management levels using a declaration of a state of emergency. 4, commit county resources to maintain a thriving natural ecological balance on the range for all multiple use currently impacted. 5, provide funding for effective and efficient controls to minimize population growth. 6, utilize any humane method of removing excess wild horses and burros from the range, including but not limited to the use of helicopters, bait and traps, sterilization, and lethal control. And number 7, hire a professional natural resource specialist to help execute Lander County's decisions. This slide that you cannot see is a letter from State Senator Ira Hansen, and I believe you all have a copy of that, and you probably had one before this. And it was on his letter that we finalized on the decision to declare a state of emergency in the county. He is going to the governor to try to get it declared in the state as a whole through this letter. We oppose reduction or elimination of livestock grazing rights, hunting tags, or other negative economic impacts due to misuse of federal lands by wild horses or burros. Any new expanded wild horse or burro territories being established on Lander County public lands or imposed on Lander County private lands. And number 3, designated horse or burro herds as a treasured or other special classification. The Lander County Public Land Use Advisory Planning Commission recommends Lander County consider a declaration of emergency. The state of emergency enables our local government officials to take extra measures to protect the public and seek state or federal funding aid for disaster response if it is warranted. Lander County continues to suffer economic, environmental, and recreational losses and damage caused by the unmitigated wild horse overpopulation. A state of emergency can be declared by a governor, local mayor, governor, body of a municipality, county, or the General Assembly. Declarations typically include a description of the geographical area covered. The core capabilities are preventing, protection, mitigation, response, and recovery. When a local body declares a state of emergency, emergency managers are provided with the legal means they need to deploy resources immediately and immediately respond to a crisis to protect lives and property. Though a state of emergency may sound ominous, the impact has on a citizen is anything but threatening. A state of emergency, according to state law, can be declared during a situation or imminent threat of widespread or severe damage, injury, or loss of life or property resulting from natural or man-made cause. The state of emergency would allow Lander County to follow the law and restore the wild horse population to the legal mandated AML numbers per the Wild Horse and Burro Act of 1971. This is just a slide that shows kind of where the HMAs are, and it doesn't do you any good because you can't see it.
Jim, you wanna come up? I'm gonna try to get this video back on.
approach the bench?
Yes, please.
I just have copies of the most recent report to Congress that the National Wild Horse and Burro Advisory Board provided. For the record, my name is Jim French. I am currently the chairman of the National Wild Horse and Burro Advisory Board. Prior to that, I had 34 years as a biologist for the Department of Wildlife here in Nevada, 12 years as a county commissioner in Humboldt County, and I had the distinct pleasure of working with Commissioner Waits as on the board of directors with NACO. So thank you for taking a few minutes to hear what we have to say. I'll try not to go over any material that was already presented to you having to do with this item. But basically, the numbers that, all the numbers that you are just looking at right now are estimates based on the latest census data that Bureau of Land Management came up with. I can tell you with a great deal of certainty that those numbers are changing. It's a very dynamic populations, these HMAs. I think it's important to understand where we're at with it right now. It's really timely that we had this presentation following that sage-grouse presentation, because as you're well aware of, the responsibility that is shouldered by the County Commission and Lander and the people in general in the industries within Lander County are those responsibilities for the recovery of sage-grouse, greater sage-grouse, falls on you. It is, obviously, it's the responsibility of NDOW, not the responsibility of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to initiate the response and the regulatory oversight to provide for that. But where the rubber meets the road's right here. This is where it's all going to happen. And I think it's timely that, we talked about a lot about ravens a few minutes ago. We talked a lot about the impacts of industry on smaller acreages of ground and how that can radiate out from those locations. But if I would refer you to the Bureau of Land Management's 2019 Land Use Plan Amendment having to do with sage-grouse, and the number one impact for sage-grouse decline throughout the range is habitat decline. Sage-grouse obviously is a sagebrush obligate species that their numbers are directly tied to the health of the sagebrush ecosystem. Well, I don't think we have to look very hard around this. We take a 360 degrees from this building right here, and you can see the type conversion that has occurred all the way across the landscape. And what do I mean by type conversion? If you looked at a photograph of this valley, right where the Reese River comes into this valley, 100 years ago, this was a winter fat shad scale greater sagebrush and Wyoming sage type of habitat type that was here at the time. Through a whole bunch of things that occurred, obviously we ended up with some circumstances that culminated in a frequency or a change in wildfire. We went from approximately 52 years between major wildfire events in most of northern Nevada to about 7 years, depending on whether it's already type converted to cheatgrass and tansy mustard. But if you look around us right here, that's predominantly what's in this valley floor right now, especially if you're below about 6,000 feet elevation. We're in a cheatgrass monoculture is what we're sitting in right now. Not only do we burn every 7 years now because of that, we have that sagebrush component, which was key that Dr. Coates was talking about in terms of a lot of the survival of chicks and reproduction from the leks themselves, as well as from brooding from the hens. All of that is tied to that overstory of native vegetation. Now that we've lost that native vegetation, we've lost that habitat. And when I was
teaching ecology to our fourth graders in Humboldt County during ecology days, I used to like to simplify that concept. And I asked the question, what is habitat? And everybody had there were some kids that actually could give you the textbook explanation or definition. But really what it was, and I told them, I said, it's your house. Habitat is where you live. And if you cut the roof off your house, you still have habitat, but it's not very good habitat. And so basically, I don't oversimplify this, we cut the roof off it, and we are now at a position where we're not producing annually or unable to produce the numbers of birds to increase or to increase the rate of recruitment. So what we're, if you look at, we're talking a little bit about that habitat and the need for that habitat. It comes back to the horse issue for us, and that is that it's a synergistic effect. I mean, if we're 4 times or 5 times even over AML, we have introduced a large ungulate onto this piece of real estate out here that can outcompete absolutely every other animal out there on the ground, including a cow. And it gives them the opportunity to have their way, so to speak, with that sagebrush obligate or that sagebrush ecosystem. The problem with horses in general, especially when you get over AML, is that they're like everybody else out on the ground. They're looking for the spot where they're most comfortable. They're in the shade in the summertime, and they're on the ice cream species when the forage is getting low, or in the late summer and whatnot. They're looking for the ice cream species. So consequently, the horses move back and congregate on those pieces of real estate, and they do it almost every year. And in some cases, when they're not managed at all, you end up with these bullseyes that you saw on there around springs and around upland meadows and those types of things. And so you end up impacting those pieces of real estate that the wildlife look to as well. Well, that's where we're at with it right now. And we have been talking about this, and there have been discussions from MnDOW. I can remember as a career biologist, brand new, talking about wild horse issues and about the impending concerns with the impending impacts of wild horses on public land and what it was going to do to wildlife. I had no idea we were going to get to the point we're at right now, in my retirement. We have, and I guess I would say to you right now, there's a handful of things. I passed out a copy of our recommendations to Congress and our report to Congress having to do with the wild horse program. As you might gather, money's short in Washington, D.C., and there's a real reluctance to fund programs that don't impact everybody across the landscape. But just if I could just give you one piece of information to illustrate where we're at with this right now, is that between 2011 2019, Congress appropriated a total of about $77 million for the program. That included all of the administration side of it, and all the gatherers, and all of the housing and short-term and long-term for the horses that were retained. The recommendation for the path forward on these horses right now is to start at $65.5 million annually, and by 2020, is what we told them, we're going to be looking at $360 million for the program in order to just bring the populations back to AML that was established in 1973-74. If we don't, and I guess I can go back to one of the things that the dynamics of these animals is that, currently we're at about 87,000 horses in Nevada in those HMAs that are, all 171 HMAs. If we retain, example, last year we took 21,000 head off of the public lands in Nevada. That's the most horses that ever been gathered in 1 year by the Bureau of Land Management. It was done under emergency gather authorization because of the drought cycle. We would need to repeat that every year for the next 7 years in order to take us down to AML. If we miss 1 year in the middle of that, which could be this year, within 4 years, we replace the 20,000 or 21,000 that we took off the public land will be replaced by foals in the next 4 years. So the population is roughly doubling itself every 4 years right now. That doesn't tell us what's going to happen when we have a winter like we're having right now, where we had coming out of a drought, going into a major. We've had a major snow events, and a lot of the forage has been covered. My suspicion is we probably had a fair amount of mortality in northern Nevada, especially. But right along with that, we had mortality. I'm sure if we could bring NDOW back up here and they've completed their postseason big game counts, I'd be willing to bet you we've had some pretty decent mortality with our mule deer and our pronghorn populations as well. And that usually follows, they generally track each other very, very closely. I think it comes back to an issue that I think is of importance to this board, and that is that there was some statistics brought forward having to do with the economic value of sport hunting and recreational use of wildlife in Lander County. And I would bring this to your attention, is that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Bureau of Land Management, Department of Interior in particular, has legal responsibility for endangered species, migratory game birds, and in particular, the remainder of the wildlife populations that exist in Nevada under the 10th Amendment belongs to the state of Nevada. Those wildlife populations, those mule deer, those pronghorn, all the sagebrush obligate species out there that we used to call them LLBs, little brown birds, that are out there in this that we all enjoy this time of year and whatnot, those all belong to us. They belong to Nevada. And the argument that was made to Congress and was made to a lot of our, specifically to some of our congressional delegation, was that it's one thing to protect the animals that you are responsible for. It's another thing to advocate your responsibility to those management of those animals and to accelerate the takings of a resource that belongs to the people of the state of Nevada. And that's where it is. And that's the crux of the argument right now, is that wild horses and burros belong to the federal government with regard to on their land at least. It is their responsibility under the Wild Horse and Burro Act to manage those horses to AML. I would also like to point out to you that AML was established in 1974. AML, what we saw in 1984 in terms of resources that were here, in terms of vegetative communities and the sheer volume of type converted vegetation, was completely different in 74 than it is today. And I guess in saying that, I think it's time that the Bureau of Land Management reestablish AML. And the idea behind that is that how can you set the appropriate use levels of an animal on a piece of real estate based on vegetation that doesn't exist there any longer? And so that's essentially what the argument is. So we are pushing very, very hard for, on the Wild Horse Board, for a reset on AML. It's also important when you're hearing all the noise that you're going to hear a lot of things as commissioners about solutions to the problem. When I was commissioner in Humboldt County, we heard it all the time, and that was, if we remove the AUMs off of the public land, there would be plenty of room for the wild horses. I heard that over and over again, and it sounds logical if you think about it. At best, it's like drilling a hole in the roof to take care of the leak, or drilling a hole in the floor to take care of the leak in the roof. It's because the wild horses are the dominant species on the public landscape. Their populations are doubling every 4 years. And if you remove a competitor, whether it be mule deer, pronghorn, bighorn sheep, or AUMs, they're eventually going to occupy that vacancy that's left behind. The other thing is that under FLIPMA, 1976, the livestock operators and the users of the public land, that was guaranteed under a multiple use doctrine that is outlined within FLIPMA. And so that is the responsibility of boards like this and boards that I serve on right now, that we maintain that multiple use doctrine. So the other statistic I would leave to you, we're at 360 million is what we've asked Congress for this for the next 4 years. The estimate right now is based on the population growth that we're expecting to occur and most of it, 95% will be in Nevada. It's going to require an annual budget of better than $1 billion a year. That's exponentially, that's where it's going right now. Congress has no way of being able to fund that right now. They don't have any interest in it. So where did we go with that? We presented that data. We presented this list of, and I think I've got them outlined for you here, a list of recommendations that we made back to Congress. And what were we met with? We were met with cuts in the budget from the year previous, and we were met with a piece of legislation that was endorsed by one of our congressmen from down south to outlaw the use of helicopters and gathers and horse gathers. I understand that everybody has seen the bad pictures of horses that break a leg in a process of horse gather and whatnot. To remove the primary tools in the toolbox for them to manage these horses on public land is going to completely tie the hands of the Bureau of Land Management, and it's going to drop right back on the people that live in these counties, and it's going to drop back on, not only industry, but the elected officials to shoulder the responsibility for recovery of endangered species and to mitigate the impacts of wildfire to urban interface. I mean, all of that comes back on our table, and we're not able to control that because we can't control fire frequency and we can't control the type conversion of native vegetation coming from wild horse and burro overuse. I think the one thing, if you took one thing away from this today, is that we are at minimum 3 times over AML, 1974 AML right now. In some areas, like in northern Humboldt County, we're at 8 times AML. We watched, I personally watched populations of mule deer in prime mule deer habitat go from 75 to 80 fawns per 100 does in the spring down to 4 fawns per 100 does. And those populations never really recovered. I think you mentioned that, Commissioner, that things like that, you get ravens move in and you lose a population, and then they move out and the population doesn't recover. It's because there's a lot of moving parts in that for that recovery to occur, and I think we are at a precipice right now, and I think it's timely that we declare a state of emergency with regard to the situation surrounding the mismanagement of wild horses. I don't point my finger at anybody within the Bureau of Land Management. They do the best job they can with the tools they're given and the budgets they are offered. I just point out to when we were pointing these very facts out to Congress when we were presenting this. The question was asked from a congressman from Louisiana, so what caused this catastrophe? And I sat and thought about all of the things I just told you and whatnot, and I looked at her and I said, Congress did. I said, you guys did. You guys circumvented the authority of the Bureau of Land Management and the people closest to the resource to manage these animals. You tried to do it from Washington, D.C., and you failed at it. And so the bottom line is we have a problem now that is going to be on us for, and like I said earlier, and I think we all know this, we either manage this problem as we've tried to with these recommendations, or Mother Nature is going to manage it for us. And we won't like the outcome of Mother Nature managing it, because we're going to lose a wildlife resource right alongside the horses. So with that, I didn't want to bore you with any more statistics, because I think you've had enough of that, but I'm sure open for any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Couple quick questions, Jim. This is the report from the National Wild Horse Committee,
Well, and Bureau of Land Management.
and when was it sent to Congress?
When it was what now?
The date? Was
Well,
it-
this one went in just before COVID hit, and there hasn't been another update to this since
what,
COVID.
2019?
Yeah, 19 is when we produced this the
Okay.
material list. It went in 20, and the appropriation side of it, out of this happened in 21. And, we haven't, we're planning on putting another one of these together in June this year, because we're gonna
Okay,
meet
well, I
again.
mean, I thought maybe it was a very recent one. That's why.
It's as recent as we have, so.
Got it. No.
Yeah, COVID kind of stopped everything in its
All
tracks.
it's done is increase the numbers, that's all.
Yeah.
Everything
Commissioner?
else stays the same. Huh?
I do have some papers that our district manager, gave me that I could pass out now that, if you don't mind. It comes from the Mount Lewis field office that kind of tells into exactly what Mr. French is speaking of here. And it gives the last gather, when the next expected gather will be. Here's some for the public. And it does fit also into some of what Endow and Dr. Coates had to say. I think that if I understood correctly, Dr. Coates, he said that anything over 200%, they see a significant decrease in sage grouse, and there's 80%. If you look at the numbers at the bottom right here, there's only supposed to be 1,943 horses in the Mount Lewis field office's area, and this is their estimate, 10,030, which is almost to the number 80% over what they should be. As a whole, that doesn't go, I'm sure that each individual area, there's certain areas that they're 1,800% over, I know, and that was from years past. So I'm sure that them numbers are up into, 2,200% over, or roughly. But some of these last gathers we have in 11, 08, the most recent one, well, there's one that was here, in the Diamonds in, 2020. But the majority of these haven't been gathered since 2011 and 08, and then it says planned gathers, and in the planned gather section is all I see is question marks. So I think that would be something worth noting. And
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I kudos to the state office, the Bureau of Land Management. That state director stood up, took it right on the chin, and he said, 5 years, we're gonna be down to AML in Nevada, and this is my plan under an emergency gather authorization, and he's been moving as best he possibly can, and been a can-do kind of guy. I give him credit for that. I think he removed, as I said, over 20,000 head out of Nevada last year. We realized right away that that was the chink in the armor for the program, because there wasn't adequate space for the short-term processing of the horses, the transportation of the horses, or the long-term holding of the horses on long-term pastures. And so there's a lot of scattering going on right now, trying to come up with and fill those gaps right now. Also, there was also there was some recommendations having to do with adoption. Adoption is provides a fairly small avenue for removal of horses from inventory, about 8,000 horses a year. And that's not insignificant to a lot of people that are in the program. But there has been some policy shifts that came out of Congress that would significantly improve this. And the reason I bring them to your attention is that if you guys declare an emergency and the governor declares an emergency, this is really going to hit it's going to hit it hard, and it's going to create some momentum on the Washington side of things. It's important to understand that these once you hit AML with the animals, you're at about a 3-year
overlap, and before you need to be back on them again, depending on whether or not you vaccinate the mares for fertility control. And that's using what's in the toolbox right now, which is PZP 22, which requires a booster following the first vaccination. It requires a booster within 30 days. As you're well aware, there's no way in the world they're going to get out there on the ground and capture those horses, those mares that have been already vaccinated. So what has been going on is they've been vaccinating what they can and hoping for the best. There is some work being done out of Texas A&M right now to try. They're coming up with another vaccine, which looks like it's going to be a 5-year vaccine and one shot, and it's in trials right now. That would help us a lot with that. But absent that, the notion that the state director does the right thing, gets in, does the gathers, gets the 22,000 head taken off, finds the location to put these things and whatnot. Every avenue possible, including private adoption, has to be entertained. And right now, currently, there is a moratorium on out-of-country adoptions or transport of animals out of country. There was some concern initially that they would be slaughtered and that they'd be eaten in certain countries and whatnot. My argument is if I'm going to pay $7,000 to get a Mustang from Florida to Spain on a Boeing 747. I'm not going to eat it when it comes off that's me, but I don't think I'd be looking to eat it coming off that plane. The instance of the interest in Mustangs from the West is incredible, coming out of in Western Europe especially. They have a Mustang makeover every year in Frankfurt, Germany, and it's only with the horses that they are able to inbreed in country. They dearly love to have us open that pipeline. I bring that to your attention because there are some tools in the toolbox that Congress shut. Sale without restriction is another one. Being allowed to take, right now in long-term holding, they've got about 89,000 horses in long-term holding. Most of those in Nebraska, Kansas, and South Dakota. That's where a lot of the money I was just telling you that's going into the program, that's where it's going. Right now it's $57,000 on average for the life of a horse for taxpayers. And so if anything we can do to humanely put a horse in adoption, or take a horse that is 25 years old and euthanize a horse that's way past its ability to reproduce and in the program, or take a horse that's got clubfoot or some other genetic deformity and whatnot and euthanize a horse such as that, I think it makes good sense as a biologist and as a taxpayer. It makes sense to do that. Right now, they can't do that. So those are some of the things I think we are going to need to be talking about down the road. So,
thank you, Jim.
From going up, I went for a ride. I've gone actually a couple of times. Once with Endow to look at the different areas, and it's unbelievable. The creek that we went over and looked, one side of the mountain, it looks like the surface of the moon, and there's all of these horses standing there with nothing.
Yeah.
There's nothing for them to eat. Some of them, some of them are skeletal. Some, I've seen with my husband, they're dragging their hind ends. And, when we say the BLM, we think it's not, and I understand it is Congress, and I have watched some hearings and things like that on these horses. And they should have to all come out that are voting on these things, come out and look what they're doing and how they're tying the hands. Because not only, like you were saying with the wildlife, and I didn't know this, because when the mule deer go back to their winter area and it's been burned out or eaten, they drop there and they still have the collars on there. Well, when all those die, they're not reproducing, so your herds go down, and it's just it's a spiral of but these horses are still their herds are getting larger and larger and larger, and I think that something when they do their roundups, it's all it is putting a Band-Aid on it, or they attempt to vaccinate, that's throwing, you might as well light that money on fire. There has to be a plan that actually works to keep these horses, where they're manageable, because it's not fair to the Bureau of Land Management. You have this little group of people who are trying to do it, and then people back in Congress, you know, all of these people going, you need to, well, and then they're the firing squad when they cut off the money, because when I was watching those congressional hearings, it was like, we're not giving them, you know, we're only giving them this amount. It's like almost watching you put an anthill in a shot glass, put a lid on it, and there's absolutely, so I think that bringing it to this level, maybe we can help on some degree to do something, and like you said, hopefully it will roll the ball to cause Congress to do something about this, because you know, that those starving animals and taking the grazing rights away from the cattle, that's ludicrous that their ideas are, but they're not out here to see the effect of what they've caused. And so I just think that this is just such a huge problem, and thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner. I think the salient point on that is that the folks that are east of the Mississippi River that are making the decisions, their perception is that we have this vast open country in Nevada, and that there's a whole bunch of cows out there that are being housed out there for the benefit of a few families. I mean, that's exactly how they'll describe it to you. The point is that there isn't a vast number of cows, and there is the problem that remains is that if you look at any livestock operator out there on the ground, they're constantly moving cows from the time they turn them out to the time they bring them home. And the other thing is that there's a utilization standard. The minute they come off that piece of ground, there's somebody from that office across the street that is out there determining whether or not they met their criteria for the utilization. When you have horses out there that you're not managing at all, they're where it's comfortable. They're standing in the shade and they're eating that riparian right down to bare ground, and they'll eat it until somebody moves them.
Tells it dust. I've never seen anything. And the only, as stupid as this sounds, from watching that show Yellowstone, that sheep do the same thing. They eat it right down. I had no idea where cattle don't, because they leave it to where it has a chance to grow back. As simplistic and stupid as that sounds, I went, oh, I understand, because they were standing, just a ton of them standing just in the middle of dirt. There was nothing there. I was amazed.
Mr. Chair, are you ready for a motion?
Yeah, well, I want to see if there's any questions that the public has for Jim or Lenny?
I have a comment. My name is Lenny Shepherd. If you look at Nevada statutes, I think it's 574-120, they could be prosecuted for what they're doing to these horses. No water, no feed, no shelter. They have fresh air. They got one of the four. And they should be prosecuted, because if I did it, they would prosecute me.
Yeah, I agree.
That's my comment.
Don't disagree with that.
Any other questions? Yes, Doug?
Yeah, my name's Doug Furtado, District Manager for the Battle Mountain BLM. And I would offer that, I could probably speak to this for another hour or two, but I would offer an opportunity to come before you, like we did yesterday on the other issues, the permitting issues, to talk more in detail. But what we're doing here, I was the one that signed most of the decisions that set the AML numbers here back in the early 2000s. And so I have, and that was all based on monitoring data. So I have a vested interest in achieving and maintaining AML. On top of that, I've signed countless decisions, removing tens of thousands of animals, wild horses and burros, from this district during that time. And I will tell you that before we set the AML based on the numbers, not the initial stocking level of the 70s, we had thousands of horses everywhere. I mean, 2,000 horses on what became an HMA through the FLIPMA, the Federal Land Policy Management Act. And it took us several years to get the monitoring data done and issue those decisions. But we almost got to AML back in, I would say, late 2000s in this state. And then the reason that we got to where we're at today, other than the reasons that have been discussed, is that we lost the funding. We lost the funding We lost the holding space. And we got to a point where we're competing against one another. Each state's competing against each other for gather approvals. I'm competing against the other districts in Nevada for gather approvals. And you know, I'm getting, as Bert said, you know, it's been a long time since we've had a major gather in Lander County. But what I just end by saying that we have we're updating our gather planning. So that puts us in a position to be able to gather if we get approval. This summer, you'll be seeing a gather plan decision to update the Callahan, Blue Pass Ravenswood, Bald Mountain, and South Shoshone to AML, to low AML. So once we get approval from the national office, you know, I don't have the authority to approve a gather without the national office's concurrence. At least here in Battle Mountain, we will be ready to gather the horses to AML when and if we get the approvals.
Okay. Well, thank you, Doug. Yeah. Real quick discussion on the FLUAC recommendations. Number 4, commit to county resources. I'll get back to the record, find out, one of the first meetings I was part of is that there is money for probably being allotted for gather, but nothing for feed. I mean, for us to take, if we're asking for this piece to be taken on, we don't have enough money to feed the horse. I mean, until slaughter is considered, we're pissing up a rope. I mean, this letter's fine and that, but man, financially, this is huge. I mean, we can't take, 100,000 horses over and feed them. They just had on the news, ABC, I believe, pretty neutral. They moved a bunch of horses up to the reservations in Montana, and the tribe is saying, get these damn things out of here. They're eating us out of house and home. And it was all set up to be free range. They were gonna get all this money. Well, they're getting money, but they can't sustain it. You know, I think that has to be the point that groups like yours push. Well, this letter, I believe in it firmly. I'm ready to go with it, but I think once again, just like the first discussion, I'm going to be surprised if it makes much impact. And the financial burden on the county, it's good. Hire people and manage it and until you can go out and, I don't think the castration piece is big enough. I think until we get the right to slaughter. I think we'll talk about this for all 4 years that I'm on this commission.
Commission, I would like to request something, because Doug pointed out a few things with AML and some of the decisions that the local BLM here has tried to do, and then also I believe that Caleb during the talk with the sage grouse had alluded to some things with horses. I would like to do a public records request to both the BLM and to NDOW to gather the documentation that they currently have on hand to support anything that you guys do today, if that's something that, if this is something you guys move forward with.
That'd be good.
I have one comment too, Amy Nelson, for the record. One thing I learned from Jim the other night was about approximately 95% of all wild horses are in Nevada. So we hear that the state's competing for these resources and this money when we're at a crisis point in Nevada comparatively. There's maybe 3,000 in Utah and 1,200 in California, and there's almost 90,000 with it doubling in size every 4 years. And so my reaction, just learning all of this, is there is a federal law in place and it's not being followed. And when we don't follow the law, just like Mr. Shepherd said, we get in trouble. And there are damages to the state, significant damages. So I kind of feel like Mike Chop, we're gonna continue to talk about this and talk about this and talk about this, and nothing will be probably done in Congress. But if we declare some type of emergency, then there are resources available. We can grab some of these advocates that are on the ground floor on this, and we need to do something, because our job is to protect Lander County, and it's not being protected and laws are not being followed.
Mr. Chairman, if you take these two comments, your manager's comment as well, I don't know if you knew it or not, but I'm sure Commissioner Waits could probably tell you that a few years back, Nevada NACO filed suit against the Department of Interior having to do with abdication of their legal responsibility for managing wild horses. And that, Nevada NACO carried that ball and ran with it. I don't know if it was about the time you came on the board, but we did not hear that in that case went through the federal court and into the Ninth Circuit, and they didn't hear the appeal. I think it's important, and going back and looking at the public record that and how we managed the data that we used for that lawsuit, the thing we were missing was a lot of what you just asked for. You know, that public record data, that data that indicates exactly what we gained, what we lost, and what was promised and what happened. Those are the type of things that the courts did not hear during that suit. And I would just say that the more, if we link our arms and put our efforts together and bring that in front of the board of directors of Nevada NACO again and take another run at that, I think if Department of Interior decides that they're going to follow the noisy few from Washington that are advocating for no management and suspension of AUMs, I think the only avenue left to the state, especially Nevada, is to get into the courts, the federal courts. And I think we have a great case. To your comment, I think we have their advocate. You know, that is clear how they were going to manage the horses, and they haven't done it.
All right, well, thank you.
Brian, could I just say one really
Yes,
short thing?
absolutely.
One of our recommendations we had was for Lander County to hire a natural resource specialist. I don't know how much more Bert can do than what he's already doing.
You know,
but I
we
think that
really
he
have to
needs
put
help.
that on another agenda.
Right.
That's
Right.
not
That
our.
was one of our recommendations.
Yeah, so that would be something we can put on the agenda with the presentation you did today and your recommendations.
Yes, but I think that that's very important, whether it's this topic, sage grouse topic, your meeting you guys had with the BLM and the Nevada gold mines yesterday, water resources issues, which is getting bigger and bigger as well. I really think that we need to find somebody that has the knowledge and expertise to educate you guys and to help out and to.
All right, well, thank you, Dan. One more question. Yes.
That's what I contributed to the numbers to, we work on it.
Dr. Coates, could you come a little closer? We can't pick you up on the mic.
And yeah, just state your name for the record, too, for the witness, please.
My name is Pete Coates, for the record, and I guess I'll just quickly describe. We conducted a 15-year study I alluded to earlier on wild horses within HMA areas, comparing the impacts on sage grouse outside of HMAs. And the Wild Horse and Burro program put together a council back in 2012 to validate and develop some consistency and standardization to AML. And there's not much consistency on how it's calculated or a standardized method. But they also called for responses of species to validate AML, and that was our goal with sage grouse, as it's considered an indicator species, to see how well AML actually, if in fact it's appropriate in the response of sage grouse. And to clarify the numbers, what we found is every 50% increase over AML resulted in 2.6% decline in sage grouse populations for those areas within the HMAs. Now, when you run the model, we had 15 years of data. When you run it 15 years out, what that amounts to is 70% declines in sage grouse in these HMAs, as opposed to the control sites, which are about 21%. So this is a 3.5 times the number of loss of birds due to increases in AML. And that's with projections of horses increasing at their current rates, and doesn't take into consideration a really important point that AML should be probably decreasing as those habitats are degraded, as they were set back in the 1970s. So that's actually probably an underestimate of the declines.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I am ready for a motion.
I will make a motion that the Lander County Commissioners approve declaring a state of emergency regarding the feral horse issues in Lander County, and that our information will be sent to our Senator Ira Hansen for his assistance with the governor.
And do we want to put in there that we are giving direction to our county manager for public records request?
Thank you.
I would like to add, I believe you're with the USDA, right? Correct, Dr. Coates? USGS to my records request as well. It sounds like there's some great information that they may have as well.
It is our first step. We have a long ways, but it is first step.
I'll second.
Do you need something?
What it might be better to have an actual resolution, but I think you should probably go ahead with your motion the way it is right now, and we'll get a resolution later.
You know, sometimes our resolutions are paper tigers, the way with what happens. So we'll start with the state of emergency.
Yes.
And relinquish to our district attorney whether we need to go further to follow that up with a resolution. That's fine.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. We have a question here?
Yeah, I'd just like to see you guys add that you would, make that recommendation to go to the state too. Our recommendation go to the state, that the state follows suit.
That's what we included. Sean, we said it goes to our Senator Ira Hansen for his assistance with the governor.
Is that what you're asking, Sean?
Yes.
Okay.
He's our representative.
All right, good. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right, well, thank you, everybody, that did that. We're gonna go ahead and break for lunch. We'll be back here at 1:30.
Be recorded.
All right, so we'll, continue. No, I thought he had an interview at 1, so he's gonna try and make it back if he could, so. So we're going to get back with the meeting here. We'll continue on with item 6. For discussion and possible action to approve, disapprove, change order number 2 for replacement of existing booster pump and buried water transmission main at well 6 in an amount not to exceed $79,332. Afternoon, guys.
Afternoon.
So what are we looking at?
Go for it, Marty.
Marty Ugaldi with Day Engineering. Thank you. The change order is for $79,332, I believe, whatever that amount is that's in your packets there. And it involves replacement of an existing pipeline coming out of the booster station. And the reason it's being replaced or needs to be replaced is because it's not suitable to tie into. So the design plan showed tying a 10-inch line into that existing line to go to the backwash of the treatment plant and cutting in a meter station. However, when that pipeline was exposed, it is deteriorating. It's ductile iron pipe and it was not wrapped, the original pipe. So it's deteriorating, and the contractor and the owner and the engineer all decided it was not suitable to tie a water line into that line for the backwash line or use it anymore because of the condition of the pipe. So it's being removed, or it will be removed and replaced with PVC pipe and suitable fittings and everything that's involved with that pipe.
It was a 14-inch line and it was corroded so down so far. We measured 13 and a half, so it was already missing a half inch of iron on it.
Just one of those nice little surprise.
Yes, it was.
It was.
How many feet of pipe are we talking about?
So, to answer your question, approximately 200 feet of pipe. And part of the reason for the length of pipe is where it comes out of the building now, it stays inside the fence compound and it would run underneath the existing building, which would not necessarily have been an issue per se. However, to keep it out from underneath the building, we want to extend it outside the gate. So we're extending that pipe a little bit from what it is, just to get it away from the building, to make it more accessible if there was anything that needed to be done to it.
Yeah, running it under the building's not a good idea.
Nope,
It's
not a pressure line.
It's not,
Sure.
yeah.
You gotta have it breaking.
Right.
I'll make a motion that we approve the change order number 2 for the replacement of existing booster pump? Well, not the booster pump.
No.
Okay, for the buried water transmission main at well 6 in the amount not to exceed $79,332.
I'll second.
So we have a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, I wanna do a little bounce around, because we've got some people here that,
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you very
yeah,
much.
thank you, gentlemen. We'll skip to number 10. For discussion of possible action to approve, disapprove funding Elko Veterinarian Clinic in an amount not to exceed $5,000 to spay and neuter feral cats in Battle Mountain and Austin.
Okay, I asked this to be brought on. I spoke with Jennifer Jonas. She is mainly a dog person, but the feral cats, we have ran out of money in the sheriff's department spay and neuter program, I'm guessing. And so Elko Vet Clinic has offered to come over here and do up to, this is a remarkable thing to do, up to 100 cats at 50 apiece. And on one specific day, come over and do like a spay clinic. And Jennifer and some of her friends have been spaying these cats now that we ran out of money on her own, and some of them, and the majority, and correct me if I'm not wrong, of all these cats that they're doing this with have been pregnant. And so I was just doing a little bit, some numbers today, and she had some stuff, but I was sitting there doing some numbers of, because we've talked, and one of the, a couple of the litters had at least 8 babies when they were spaying, and if you did the numbers sitting there, because cats breed like rabbits, in 1 year, you'd have like 2,400 cats you could at least have, just from them repeating and stuff, and so we're having some people in town who are frustrated with them and just, and being cruel to them, and I don't think it's the cat's fault. I think that we have a duty to try to get this under control, and I think if we can put this program into effect for a few years, we can get them down enough to where they can be manageable. But you have people who don't want to see the cat starve, so they go and they feed them, which I respect, and then you have other ones who go and purposely run them over. And we have to find some kind of happy medium, so I asked if we could put this on here and get this done, and she's been willing. She's wonderful to work with to help us get this in.
So you said that they're willing to come over and do like a clinic, so do we have a bunch of cats that are
We'll
already
let
like
her
in captivity, waiting to be spayed?
She'll tell you.
Hey, Jennifer Jonas for the record. So I've been working with Dr. Morgan from Elko Veterinary Clinic. She is also part of their Community Cares, which is a 501c3, and they are interested, they understand that there is a feral cat problem, not only in Battle Mountain, but in Elko, in Carlin, in Winnemucca, and they are interested in assisting along our I-80 corridor in trying to help us get our feral cat populations under control. So what Dr. Morgan, bless you, has proposed is she would come over with her staff on a Saturday as a volunteer. All of her staff would be donating their time, and we've already spoken with the animal control officer at the sheriff's office to see about using the firehouse as a location that we can utilize to do these surgeries, and be able to get trapped and get as many cats as we can fixed. Like Kathy was talking about, the problem of kitty season or kitten season is that if we have several hundred cats that are all producing 2 to 3 litters a year, and they're able to get pregnant again within 2 weeks of giving birth. So we could easily have another 2,000 cats by the end of the summer.
So you say they come over on a Saturday, so do we have a bunch of cats that are already in captivity?
We would trap them
prior to them coming
prior
over?
to.
And then don't we, I thought we budget money for this.
We have a set amount, but we've run out for the cats for this year.
Okay.
So we've upped next year's.
So has this been like an ongoing problem with these cats, or is it just all of a sudden blown up?
Robert Quick for the Sheriff's Office. It's been an ongoing problem. This year, we actually, previously we had budgeted roughly $5,000 for feral cats. And we limited the amount to a certain amount. It was $50 at the time to assist people in doing that. That doesn't come close to covering it under normal circumstances. So this current fiscal year, we had increased that budget to $15,000 and increased the amount of the vouchers. And as of this morning, we are down to about 9 vouchers that we can hand out. And it varies male and female, same with the dogs. So what happens with that is we will issue a voucher, it's good for a period of time. If the person doesn't use it, we rotate it back in and reissue it to somebody else. We also have limited vouchers to 3 per person so that we can get as many people that wants to do that as possible. Also this year, we've been able to get a mobile vet that comes through, usually about once a month, and does spay and neuters on site at the animal control clinic, but they are considerably more expensive. They are in line with the other vets in the area, but they're considerably more expensive than $50.
Right.
Exactly. Double and higher, yeah. So, I understand with our set amount, but are you planning on coming over like several times? What's the minimum amount of cats that you will come over for? Like if we had 20?
She's just, she lives.
I live here in Battle Mountain.
She's
Oh,
just, she helps
sorry.
catch them.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I just am.
You said you represented the Dr.
Oh,
Morgan.
because I've
and
been working with Dr. Morgan, yes.
So I assumed Elko, excuse me.
No, I'm sorry, I'm not
Bad.
part
No,
of.
my bad.
I'm not part of her staff or anything like
So
that.
anyway, so that's why you're saying you can accumulate quite a few before
So what we
they
would
come
do,
over.
just to kind of clarify that for all of you, is once we set a date, then we're going to work with, there's probably about 15 to 20 folks that have said that they would be willing to assist. We're going to have to do the 3 to 4 days right before that. It's going to be a mass trap of cats.
And you have
So-
a place, I mean, we don't have that many, I was gonna say nets, cages to keep them in.
We have purchased some ourselves, and there's a lot of folks out there that actually have
So
traps, and they're going to help
You're gonna
provide
feed
us.
and water these cats till
She turned her garage into a cat house.
the vet gets here.
After we've spayed the cats that we
Okay,
have,
because I'm
Ed,
concerned about.
they sit in my shop for 2 to 3 days so that they can recover in a safe environment.
Oh, okay,
So-
but anyway, they're coming over more than once then?
Yes, we are planning on, our thoughts were with, if we can accomplish this today, is that we would do an initial clinic in June and then plan for a second clinic in maybe August, September, depending on timing and weather for us, you know. we
Okay,
don't
we're into a new budget year then.
What's that?
I said, we're into a new budget year.
Right.
If you're only coming over once in June, okay, I'm concerned about Austin because we have feral cats
Right.
and people have tried to catch them and actually have paid for them themselves because the maximum we were paying was $50 a cat, and some of them were charging $130, and that's hard for our residents to pay the
We've
additional.
put out,
She's doing that herself.
we put out the same thing.
So-
I've put out about $700 and Shelley's put out
So,
about 1,000 so
Could,
far.
could we notify Austin on the day
Absolutely.
and everything? So we can
Absolutely.
bring, because Battle Mountain's a whole lot closer than Fallon
Yes.
or Elko. Yeah. to
No,
do-
Kathy and I actually spoke about that, that Austin would be
Okay.
included on
So
that.
the 5,000 would actually, we may use that up before the new budget year. That's
Oh,
very,
Yes, ma'am.
that's very possible.
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you for all you do. Kathy,
Well, yeah, well,
thank you.
And she's, you know, like I said, she's a dog person, but she's turned her garage into a healing cat house until, and something to be said for that is, which is horrifying to me, that, you know, a handful of these cats that she's going over and having spayed are full of babies. And it just breaks my heart that
course.
that's, you know, that's.
It's gonna take us a little while to get that under control.
So Lakin,
I think you
what,
have Kingston on the line that would like to talk on that.
what budget can we take this out of?
Well,
An emergency budget?
Lakin Sullivan for the record. So you guys gave out, we do have our miscellaneous grants and it's at, we budgeted that at 8,000 this year. But you guys have given out, I think, 4,500 so far, to the FFA kids. So that leaves you with 3,500 left.
So we can do
Unless you wanna
3,500
the
out
full
of there
5,000, then it would just go.
and then take the
over.
other 1,500 out of Bert's?
Professional services.
Bert's, you
if
got
you'd
money?
like.
You
Yeah,
can
no, we have a
also-
lot of
yeah.
professional services.
We have our emergency management line
Okay.
too that has a lot of money in it. if you want
I
to
think
check
it's
that
an emergency and I think this is wonderful. They're gonna do it for $50 a
Yeah,
cat.
Kingston, you had a question?
Hi.
Hi.
Hello. This is Shannon Thiss in Kingston. I was wondering if Kingston can't get in on this feral cat fixing thing?
Anywhere in Lander County, absolutely. You would have to bring the cat
Okay, I guess I'll,
to Battle Mountain on the day that they come, though. So we have to have the count ahead of time. Are you talking
okay.
about feral cats?
I'll see if I can't get some
Okay,
volunteers to do this.
are you talking about feral cats or your own cat?
Feral cats.
Feral, she said feral.
Okay. No, absolutely. We'll just coordinate it with you. Okay, I make a motion. We approve the
Okay, thank you.
Yep,
Thank you,
you bet.
Shannon.
We approve the funding for the Elko Veterinarian Clinic, an amount not to exceed $5,000 to spay and neuter feral cats in Battle Mountain and Austin and Kingston, all of Lander County.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And just to be clear, this goes 5,000, both, just include both budget years?
No,
No, this is just now.
Just for.
this is an
up until
additional
July.
for this year.
Yeah, just up
Okay.
until.
Just make sure, because you said you were coming down,
Yeah, that's good, yeah.
That goes on next year's budget.
Yeah, that'll be something different.
so we're gonna make a separate request for
Yes.
next year's budget.
Right.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Okay, good. All right, well, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you, folks.
Okay, we'll jump to number 12. For discussion and possible action to approve, disapprove a parcel map application for Jacqueline and Ronald Navrin. This is a division of 1 10.3 acre parcel into 2 5.19 acre parcels designated as an A2 zoning district located within a portion of Section 3, Township 31 North and Range 45 East, APN 011-300-01. This was approved by the Planning Commission on March 15th, 2023 with no additional conditions. Hello?
Shelby Knott, planning coordinator. This is pretty straightforward. Mr. Navrin is here if you have any questions for him. He just has 10 acres. He has 2 houses on it. One's his nephew, and his nephew wants to give that property to his nephew. So they're just splitting it in half. There is a dedication for Hilltop Road that runs through one of the parcels. Apparently that never got dedicated, so we'll need to accept that dedication. And it meets all of the requirements and everything. So yeah, and then yeah, Planning Commission did approve it with no conditions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
No,
A
no
motion?
conditions because both people are still living there.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll make a motion that we approve the parcel map application for Jacqueline and Ronald Everin. The division is for 10.38 acre parcel into 2 5.19 acre parcels designated as an A2 zoning district. It's located within a portion of Section 3, Township 31N and Range 45E, APN 011-300-01. This has been previously approved by the Planning Commission.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we'll move back to item 8, finance, for discussion and possible action to approve, disapprove the Lander County tentative budget for fiscal year 2023, 2024, and the submission to the Department of Taxation.
Lake and Sullivan for the record. I do have a couple things just to point out on the tentative. So all the numbers are the same from the budget workshop, except for the parks. I did increase that one based on the Maryland's contract that you guys approved. Towards the back for Austin Town, it's gonna be page 16 for Austin Town. If you look, that's the Austin Water Fund. I had to make some adjustments. The cash flow for Austin Water is not coming in high enough to cover the operating and the projects that were approved. So I had to take out on the estimated current column, which is column 2, the current capital asset projects is $450,000, but I had to remove that amount since that project hasn't been started this year. Donnie is gonna hold off and starting it until next year. But in order to get us out of the negative on the cash flow statement, I had to do a $900,000 transfer, which will have to come from Lander County's budget, either the general fund or net proceeds, to cover the projects that were approved, and then also get it in the positive.
Okay, I didn't follow you, Lincoln, I'm sorry, I'm on the picture. Which one are we changing? Non-operating?
Yes, so you're on page 16 for Austin Water Fund.
You got some through it.
Oh, 16.
Yeah.
Oh, I was on 15, thank you. There it says, Austin Water. Okay, duh. Thank you.
Yes.
And so where are we taking that money?
General fund.
Okay, yeah, we,
That's what she was asking, where are we taking it?
I think that we can do an allocation from the net proceeds. I will double check with our auditors, because proprietary funds have certain regulations, and so I don't know if we can do it to cover operating, because part of it is to cover the operating as well. But other ways we would do it from the general fund.
Paul Tamara had
Yes,
asked.
I was just gonna touch on that if we're done with the
Today's-
Austin Water. Because we will come back to the final budget as soon as our DA is done reviewing the documents that I've sent over to him. To finalize the budget for what Paul Tamara had come up and asked for us funding them. And we will probably also bring back the funding for the hangars at the airport. With David's recommendations on the, I think it's a 5% match. So, it might be something else that you guys want to consider for the final budget. So then will be the couple items that we will be bringing back to you guys for the final budget. But this is not the final, this is just a tentative. So we have not bypassed Paul or any of the funds they requested. We're just waiting for the review.
So, I don't know if it's appropriate on this item, but could we, it seems we have a lot of technical difficulties here. And I don't like that, I don't want that. Could we budget maybe to have a IT guy here as part of our meetings to handle all IT stuff when it comes up? So we're not waiting for things to be addressed. I just like, when we went to Elko, they had an IT guy in session with them that was there, helping them with their stuff. But it just seems like we have a lot of, can't get the video up, it's it's embarrassing, to be honest.
We could probably have Kevin from Javs come and do a training maybe with our IT so that they know how the system
So
works.
the next item is the JAVS agreement to actually
Yeah, I seen
go
that.
into. So I don't know if you wanna open that up and discuss them both, but I don't know that our IT knows this like Kevin does, which is the guy that.
Well, I'm just gonna open up 9, so let me read it in real quick. Discussion of possible action to approve, disapprove the annual preventive maintenance and support agreement with Justice AV Solutions, JAVS, in the amount not to exceed $11,717, and authorize the county manager to sign. The new term run from July 1st, 2023 through June 20th, 2024. Because if I'm not mistaken, it seems like JAV, every time they do an update, we have an issue.
Yeah, Molly Gonzalez for the record. So one of the issues that we do have is like when someone's doing a presentation, if they're wanting to pull something up on the internet, it knocks the JAVS off. It's knocking that off because JAVS is technically for courts, so it's not allowing that. It's more secure. So that's what happened there is when she was trying to play the YouTube video from the internet, it completely shut ours down.
Okay.
Because of that, because JAVS was created for like courts. It wasn't actually created for a commission meeting, so it's not super open. There's more
Gotcha.
of that security on there.
Okay, so do we necessarily need that line of security in our commission meetings, or could we look at a different system?
It's up to you guys. It's what you want to do. I don't know what other systems really are out there to look for. If you guys have, or if Aaron possibly.
We could ask Kevin if he can take that.
We've
that
always left
security
it up
part.
to Lakin and Molly. They're our two experts. coming in, but
No,
you're,
I know,
but
I
you're
just-
right, it was
I mean, it's
terrible.
like, just like the meeting we had Wednesday. I mean,
Oh, we
trying to
wasted
get-
how much
Yeah,
time?
it's just like wasted a lot of time. It's just, I just
And then
think-
never did see the one.
Right, I just think.
Yeah,
I think-
because it was on the internet, so it knocked it off
So
because
we
it
can do
wasn't
something better.
internet
So
video.
can we get, with the internet, can we get booster, I mean, I'm not a techie guy, but can we get booster towers or whatever to make the internet better?
What
I
if
just
we
want
come back
solution.
to you, why don't we do this, we can do some research, because other thing that I noticed is like, you go over to Elko's meeting and you listen to their meeting, none of their commissioners have to have headphones in,
Yeah.
somebody wants to talk over the phone, they can come in crisp and clear, and maybe we can look at some of that as well, so we can clean it up just a little bit.
That would
I
be
know what you're
nice.
saying, it is embarrassing.
It is very embarrassing.
I was gonna say, we can reach out to Elko County and see what
See
they
what they
have
use.
for theirs, for
Okay.
their recording.
So I just didn't know where to bring it
Now-
up, because if it's something we needed to budget, I'd like to.
Yes, now,
What do we do
to
now?
that point and to Javs is something that, Bill pointed out to me this morning, you know, there is no 30-day out in that contract with Javs. And there was something else that he had pointed out, but that may be important if we are revisiting this.
We could always table the
Table it.
jobs contract renewal until we find more information on a new system, because it doesn't end till June. So the new contract would go into effect
We have a
July.
couple months to look.
So, yes, I would have.
Okay, well,
Okay.
just so you know, the other thing was it has it has binding arbitration, which is not something that I'm in favor of.
Okay.
Well, there's gotta be something out there that we could use that won't have all the interference in it and the safeguards to kick us out.
Okay, so on 9, then is there a motion on 9? Do we
Or
want to
tabling it.
just table it?
Yeah, let's see.
Just table it? Okay, so we're tabling 9. So then we're back to the approval of.
anything on 8? We don't.
Yeah, that's what we're back to now. So.
Yes, please, I have to have my tentative budget in by the 15th.
There might be a slight problem.
But we can make changes from now until we bring it back in
Okay.
the second meeting in May.
Okay,
So, is there a motion?
so with that, real quick, before I forget, would that be somewhere that, when we're talking about the resource person, that we can bring that, please, can we bring that back in at the same time?
So anything that we're gonna want to put into the final, we need to hear it before we hear the final, because I have to make those changes
Okay.
before.
I have that on my list of future
Okay.
agenda items.
All right, very good. All right, well, we'll just focus on this right now. So, I'll make a motion that we approve the, final budget with, or the tentative, I'm sorry, the tentative budget, before I put my glasses back on, for the fiscal 2024 with the changes needed for the.
It's as presented, yeah.
Okay, as presented, all right, very good, as presented.
Okay, we have a
I'll
motion.
second it.
And we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, so we'll move to item 11. For discussion and possible action to approve, disapprove the operating plan between Lander County Fire Protection District and United States Department of the Interior Bureau of Land Management, Battle Mountain District, Elko District.
So this is
This is another item that we may consider tabling. I spoke with Ron this morning, he can go a little bit further into depth, he's more up on what's happening here.
Ron Unger for the record. I read the agenda this morning and I was a little confused on this one. Robert pulled up I got a copy here of agenda number 11, which you guys have in there. And I got some questions. What is this? Is this that BLM agreement? Because if you remember years ago, BLM decided to go into a cost sharing on all of these fires, to where if they had any fire in Lander County, Lander County was responsible for half of the cost of extinguishing them fires. And at that point in time, NDF stepped up and said if you was to, you could buy an insurance policy from us, and I think at that first year that this happened, it was $125,000. And what it amounted to was any time the BLM would invoice Lander County for the extinguishing of a fire, NDF would pay that cost. See, so they were our insurance company. And I just wanted to make sure that before
we signed this agreement, that we made sure we had the agreement with NDF in effect. Otherwise, with this year, with the moisture that we've had later on in the summer, we could have one hell of a fire system.
That usually comes before us the first part of the year.
Yeah.
It does, and I have it in my, it's sitting in my email. They had to change some signature lines on that because they had Sadie Sullivan and some of the past signatures on it when they sent that contract over this year. So when I sent it back, they're redoing that and sending it back, so it will be on the next agenda.
What is the effective date on that?
The NDF, what's that?
What's the effective date?
Ooh, I don't know, let me pull that up.
So can we have those on there together, the NDF and this one, to make sure that we have?
And ask them to come both speak here to this so they can make sure we aren't
Oh,
double
yeah,
covering
make
the
sure we're
same.
covered.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, is that
And we
something,
need
is
to
that
make sure that,
plausible?
yeah, I would think so, and we need to make sure that they didn't, and it's been years since I read that NDF agreement. So we wanna make sure that they didn't make any changes, because the way it was originally set up is that NDF would pay for it, what BLM was billing us. But BLM, we got into a conversation, because a lot of times, we, Battle Mountain Fire Department, will send out 4 trucks or 5 trucks on a fire. BLM would send out 2. Well, BLM, they were comparing apples for apples, so they would say, in that case, I had 5 trucks, they had 2, they would have to pay us. See where I'm going with that? Because it was determined on how much apparatus, how much equipment we had out on the fire. So what they did at that point is they agreed that the first 24 hours of a fire, when we had a fire, there would be no billing. So the Battle Mountain Fire Department, we could use any resource we needed, whether it was the ranchers with the discs, whatever, and there would be no charge. But as soon, after the 24th hour, then BLM would take over, and that's when everything would start being charged. So there was that 24-hour space in there that there was no charge to either the county or anybody.
Because I have a question, I know on, and I didn't mean to interrupt you, on a fire that's been a couple of years back, that when BLM showed up, until they had any decisions made, there was nothing utilized to stop the fire, and it was our department usually trying to hold the fire off before decisions were made. So I would hate to see that we're charged when a fire is burning and there's nobody trying to put it out.
Well, and Kathy, a lot of that is, that involves different districts. Battle Mountain District, as an example, Elko District. So our agreement was with the Battle Mountain District, okay? So north of the railroad tracks, that's Elko District. So a lot of times, depending on the BLM here, they may be fighting another fire, and they gotta get, they could be the first response to that, but you gotta wait for Elko to show up and take over the fire. It's a different district. Where we don't care, we don't have district lines. If there's a fire burning out there, it don't matter whether it's Valmy in Humboldt County or Buffalo Valley in Pershing County, we're gonna go put the fire out.
So Bill, did you look at the operating plan?
Briefly, I only got it when.
Did you have anything that jumped out?
I just wanted to make sure that we wasn't signing something
That's a good
without having the other
No,
one
I
in
agree.
effect.
You're
So it says right
absolutely
here
right.
on page, it doesn't give a page number, but it's under cooperator billings. Refer to attachment A of the interlocal contract between public agencies, Wildland Fire Protection Program. The cooperator is covered under a WFPP agreement with Nevada Division of Forestry, NDF, and the incident falls under the agreement. Billings will be submitted to NDF for payment. And then it says also refer to Exhibit D of the Master Co-op Agreement, which we have none of this in our packet.
That was, none of it was in our packet.
Yeah, so I would agree, I'd say we just table this, we might invite NDF, BLM, get a copy, and make sure these referrals are put into our package.
And we need to, we really, honestly, we really need to read those agreements to
Right.
make sure that something hasn't changed and,
Right.
or maybe I got something mixed up, but
No, I remember vaguely too,
Yeah.
I remember having 2 separate agreements.
it was.
I thought one was BLM, one was NDF, so.
Correct.
So Bert just wanted me to let you know that he pulled it up and we are covered until July 1 and the new one goes into effect in July 1. So
For
he'll bring in,
NDF?
Yes, so he'll bring the new one back when they get the signatures and we can put them both back on.
What was the cost this year? Did it go up on that list?
Doesn't.
We haven't had a major fire, remember, in 4 or 5 years, but we still paid that. But as an example, if you guys remember when we had a fire up Mill Creek, and it wasn't at the campsite, it was up higher on the mountain on the left side. It actually burnt 100 acres, is what it did, and the bill on that from BLM was over $1 million because they used aircraft. So I think it'd be really important that we look these agreements over. I do know that we started out with like 75,000 or 120,000 a year, and it did go up. And like I say, we haven't used that for 3 to 4 years or even maybe longer. I'm just curious if they up the price again. That's just curiosity.
Ron, it did go up. So Lakin believes that we paid 88,000 last year.
And that was to NDF?
Yes.
Yeah.
And now it looks like it went up to 106.
Oh, that ain't bad, cause it was higher at some point, so it's going.
For 2024 and not to exceed 212,000 for 2025.
Holy shit, man, it's really climbing.
Yeah. All right, thank you. That's all I had to comment on.
Thanks, Ron. Okay, so we're just gonna table this,
Yes.
okay? We'll move to item 13. For discussion of possible action to approve, disapprove county to declare state of emergency for flooding.
I'm not sure if you need him for the next couple items, but he had to take an emergency phone call, so I don't know if you wanna take a break if you need him, or if you know what you wanna do.
Let's see here, let me look here. We will take a break. We'll take a 10-minute break. 13, for discussion of possible action to approve, disapprove the county to declare a state of emergency for flooding. So we had been asked to do this, right? The state of emergency, or is this just something, because we're having more problems south than we are here right now, right?
Yeah, Ron Unger for the record. I would suggest you do it. I had a Department of Emergency Management meeting in Elko Monday, and it mainly involved the floods and the policies and procedures and blah, 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 blah. But anyway, what I found out in this deal, Lander County is one county. I think there's 3 counties in the state that haven't declared a state of emergency for the flooding. But what it does for us, we do have a big issue down south in the monitors, and could possibly have some issues in Kingston and in the Reese. And this just opens the doors for resources. You know, I'll give you an example. Bert ordered 5,000 sandbags, and I ordered 5,000 from the Department of Emergency Management, and we was looking at some HESCO barricades is what they're called, mainly for Kingston. Bert and I talked about a little bit where they used hay bales before. And we also talked to different ranchers to see if there was how much hay was available if we needed it for flood control, the 1-ton bales. We found some, but there's a cost on it. The HESCOs, there's a cost on those, and there was the sandbags because we haven't declared state of emergency. So we didn't pick up the sandbags yet, which the price would be minimal. But by declaring a state of emergency, that gives us a lot of resources that we don't have. It just opens the doors. Now, whether we use it or not, doesn't cost us a thing. So
now, I'd like to add to a little bit of what Ron's saying is the governor has actually declared the state of emergency for the other counties. We're one of the few he hasn't, but we haven't seen the impacts now. Our bordering counties have, in Nye County, like down there, the reservation, Yamba Reservation was one specifically that was noted in the governor's declaration of emergency. But this also helps our ranchers who can't get out to feed their animals and do things like that. It opens the door up for the Cattlemen's Association to come in and help them with some of the issues that they're seeing that may not affect us on our main through roads like it has some of the other counties that got them into their state of emergency. So it is beneficial for some of our ranchers as well.
So this helps with our repairing roads and things like that too. Because I know the monitors got hit really bad. You can't travel in some of the areas. You have to go all the way around.
Well,
It
there's what,
opens up
26
funding for
miles?
us. Yeah, 26 miles of road you can't cross there, but it does open up funding for us to get additional funding to repair a bunch of that. The funny thing about the Monitor Valley Road is it crosses 3 counties. Has Nye, Lander, and Eureka, is that 26 miles of road gets hit by all of us. But none of it's accessible, so it's, well, it is in and
Well,
out.
you know, I mean, spring is just coming, so we're not sure what's gonna happen yet either,
Well,
so
they have the snowfall up in the Yama too. How
Yeah,
it
so
could
we-
be a bad year.
Yeah.
If we get.
we might as well do it
rain
now.
and-
Yeah.
So I think it's probably safe.
Well, just an FYI, I received a telephone call at lunch, and the JD Road, JD Ranch Road, that runs from Cortez to 378 to the Eureka Highway, is washed out. It's not passable. And 378 between the Tamara Ranch and the Brown Ranch is washed out. So they got crews in there trying to get one lane at least to where traffic can go. So Elko County and around Deeth and that area is getting hit hard. They got 11,000 miles of road up there, and they're just, the water's hitting them hard. They're hoping the rubies will come slow and not fast. But in Iowa Canyon, it came down there to where the Iowa Canyon Ranch was an island. And it was a flash flood is what got that, because 2 days after they called me, the water dropped 4 feet and they were able to get in and out. But I think this is a smart move on our part.
I thought in our last discussion, it was said that that the sheriff could declare the state of emergency without us. That's why we didn't do anything.
He can start his emergency powers without us.
Okay.
It's a little different. The declaration opens up a whole bunch of money, but he can take action without anything.
Okay.
And as the emergency manager,
The
I still have to
secondary
go
roads,
to
it's
the
all
county
washed out.
commissioners.
This'll help pay for
Yeah,
it. That's fine.
but I
don't
mean,
have a
for
problem with that.
instantaneous.
I think
Yeah, no, we understand that.
Okay. Ready for a motion? Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve the county declare a state of emergency for flooding. I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thanks, Ron.
Thank you.
For discussion of possible action to approve, disapprove abolishment of the Lander Economic Development Authority Board known as LEDA.
So this is on our agenda now. I went to the LEDA board and actually spoke to them first before bringing this to the county. We're one of 2 counties left in the state that has a LEDA board, and the rest of the counties have went to NNRDA. And when they did, they abolished their LEDA board because it's 2 of the same, doing the same thing for the same people with the same goals. So I went to LEDA, spoke to them, spoke with our building department and planning department, and they agreed that they think that it would be a wise move for us to not double the layers of government, and we could still accomplish the same things, and that we could always up it if they felt that we weren't accomplishing what they'd been set out to do, so.
I spoke with Sheldon Mudd twice about this, to get his opinion, and he was on board with, doing this, so wanted to make sure that we weren't stepping on any toes and wanted his opinion on this, and he was, on board.
You know, we've had some very active volunteers on this board for a long time that we certainly need to say we appreciate anytime people volunteer for our boards, but some of them have served on for years and years and years. And I think they have accomplished several things. Actually, in the budget, we gave them some money to do the extra for the business people, I remember, in the 50/50. I know with COVID, everything kind of stopped too, so they haven't been as active. But perhaps it is time to move on. I just want to be sure that we don't miss some of the smaller things that they did that NNRDA might not be doing. So whoever our representative is on that, we need to keep on it, to still do some of the smaller things that were going on. For example, the trees and the bicycle and the seats and stuff that they did
The
here.
bench project?
And we've done some extra things in Austin, some smaller things, so, we still have a lot to do, and I hope, the NNRDA is big, and they work with GOED, they're like this, so I don't want them to just think, all the big projects are there. I want to still get our input locally. So, like I said, if they're going to give us new buckets to put our flowers in or whatever, to make the community look better, I don't want them to forget the smaller things. But perhaps it served its purpose, like I said, with our gratitude with so many that have served for so long.
It's a huge thank you to all of them, because they've given up a lot of their hours for their service, so it's greatly appreciated.
And I just want to let the commission know that the volunteers that have been on that board will be recognized, if you guys choose to move forward with this. If not, the ones who have stepped down from the board, we have already ordered plaques, and we would like to recognize them at a later date. But we do appreciate the volunteers, and we are looking at recognizing them, and a lot of that depends on the action of today.
So they did grants and that too, so this pushes it from, this eliminates the LEDA, but there's another board it falls to, is that what we're saying? Or who's
Not
this
another
going to?
board, no.
Is this going back to the county employees?
No, the NNRDA is the Nevada one out of Elko that encompasses all of the LEDA groups in our small little counties, like Elko, Eureka, and Lander. So Sheldon Mudd, who has come before us in several things, is a director. So our representative who sits on LEDA from commission also sits on the NNRDA board. So if we take away the small one, which is just the local input, we still have the bigger one, which is recognized by GOED and also supported by, but we pay separate, where our advisory board isn't paid, but we pay our admission to NNRDA, we pay a membership for that.
So we think my concern is, by doing this, are we taking away our local representation? I'm with you, Patsy. I think Sheldon has a lot on his plate, and that's some pretty big stuff to take away another representative. I mean, is it any cost to us to have this LEDA board?
LEDA is nothing more than an advisory board. That's all they are. They advise the commission. We're the ones that gives them the power through our voice. So we can still act these little things that need to be done through community development. Our gal that's sitting down here to say, hey, I'd like to make some improvements there. That's all. We can still do that.
Yes,
So
so-
just an advisory board. We're not losing anything other than people that volunteered their time to help do exactly what NNRDA, yes.
But
thank you,
didn't
Mr.
LEDA seek and get some grant, I mean, don't they seek and get grants? I mean.
No, and I think that this is where the confusion has been with LEDA and why there's been some serious disruption between LEDA and some of the county administration, myself specifically, is that they are just an advisory board, and some of them roles have been taken as an advisory board that they could direct county staff as if it's their employee, and that doesn't necessarily align with how it's supposed to be, because nobody can be held accountable by that board, by the voter, or by county administration. So me as being staff, right, you guys can hold me accountable, or I can hold my staff accountable, or you're held accountable by the voter. Well, these advisory boards were taking and keeping an employee of their own as a county employee, giving that employee direction, with that employee, the only one that they could answer to was to myself or you guys that weren't giving that direction. So as an advisory board, the steps that are supposed to be followed is they're supposed to come to you guys with, and this is a sad thing about LEDA, is they are like the 200,000 foot view of what happens in the county. So they're supposed to show up and say, hey, guess what I found? This is a great business that might work for you guys. And they drop it on the table and they leave. And then the county staff at that point is supposed to take that idea and start developing it. They get no recognition. They get no pat on the back. They get nothing other than they found it. They were taking projects from the I found it to I'm going to see this through and complete it, which is not really their role because there's nobody to hold them accountable. For example, the bench project, great idea, but it should have been brought to the planning and building department, dropped off the building and planning department, take that. LEDA could have checked in with them to see where they were at so they could do further reporting back to this commission that hold us accountable. And then we move forward with that. But by them doing that project themselves, we ended up with a bunch of benches in NDOT right away without permits and a variety pack of other issues that came from that with nobody to hold accountable. So when we started scaling that back, it started creating some tension amongst roles and responsibilities. So that was kind of part of what I explained to them at the meeting is, it's a sad board to serve on as a volunteer because they never really see, their local economic development. They drop things off that could become developable and they leave, never be seen or heard from again. To where I think they wanted some of the recognition as most people do when they volunteer for a board like that and should get, but often get forgotten, left in the weeds.
And then the grants you referred to, Mike, they were using the people that we pay to, Porter Group, our other gal, I forget her name.
Kylo's there.
Yes,
Jan.
so basically, that's what I'm saying, it's all in the power of the commission.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Yep, like I said, you explained it perfect for what my interpretation was all different to that there was a lot more involvement, okay?
Okay, so no more questions or motion?
I'll make a motion that we, approve the county to declare us,
Number 14.
to approve or disapprove approve the abolishment of the Lander County Development Authority Board. Lita.
Okay, we have a motion, is there a second? All second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay?
Nay.
Okay. We'll move to item 15. Commissioners, for discussion and possible action to approve, disapprove Lander County offering a third-party employee engagement survey for Lander County employees in an amount not to exceed $12,500.
Okay, this is one that I asked to be put on. And I guess I'm going to use my, I don't want to say age, but I certainly have a few more years than most of you dealing with some of the corporations and such and the larger companies that I've been able to work for. And I know during that time that most of them certainly had employee surveys, some done light, some with third party. And I think the third party is an excellent way to go because people feel like they're not going to be singled out on something they say. And I don't mean that necessarily would be derogative because not everybody has complaints that are la la land. That's not the point of a basic survey. The basic point is when an employee is satisfied with their job, they're much more likely to be happier, to be engaged, and in some of the surveys that we have done, it's like, what really motivates you at work? And interestingly enough, it's pretty well divided with the 50-50 of what's in first place. Pay is in first place in 50% of the surveys. But that means that other things come into first place, and things like feeling appreciated for your work efforts or your security or your working conditions. And if an employee is satisfied and motivated, they're going to be happy in their work. And that's what I'm really looking for. I'm saying I think it's time that we actually took a look and asked everybody for their ideas and how they feel about working here, and I guess if they'll know that we care enough to ask them for their information, and so it becomes a real satisfaction survey.
So I'm just gonna jump in here as HR.
Let me, can I say something first, Liz? Is I agree with Patsy on a business owning, like if you own a business, that perspective, but we're a board of commissioners. Our job are finances and policy. It's not to get into whether our county employees are happy. They're ran by our county manager or other elected officials. How do the other elected officials feel that the commission says, hey, we're gonna do this countywide employee survey, and then to spend almost $13,000 of taxpayers' dollars to do it? If they're unsatisfied, if they're not happy, they should report to their direct supervisor. They should report to HR. I think we're involving ourselves somewhere where we shouldn't be involving ourselves, and I'd be curious to know what our union representative would say about
Well, I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna read what your union representative says. He's in agreement with me that the survey should not take place. I would oppose this as well. I think they are opening a can of worms they may not want to address and creating a lot of discontent amongst the employees. And I agree with him 100%.
I agree too.
So I would encourage the commission, you know, at 9 a.m. every other Thursday to whenever this is adjourned is when you guys are acting commissioners and your authority takes place. And I would encourage you guys on the off time when you're just citizen, walk through, talk to every employee you can in the county, knock on their doors. And if you guys find a problem or something that I'm mismanaging or one of my department heads that I have any say over is mismanaging, please bring it to our attention. And if we can't get it fixed, you can come kick me wherever I need to go. But I would like that opportunity and for you guys to get the hands-on feel of what is going on. I think that, and I've said this multiple times, that you guys should have the pulse or your fingers on the pulse of what is going on in the county. And by that, walking through my office or Road and Bridge or Water and Sewer or any of them, the offices that fall under me, and asking employees, hey, what's going on? How do you feel? You know, is there something we should be concerned with? Do you think there's anything that's a little shady going on? And getting that feel for what's happening there, and then bringing it back, and we will happily address it anywhere we can to make it right and do that. Now, as far as elected officials' offices, you have to go knock on their door. I have no say or do or anything else with what happens with them until it becomes a personnel matter, and that's when HR and myself have to deal with the union at times. But other than that, I think and encourage anybody and everybody go knock on as many doors and talk to as many people that directly work under me and the managers that I manage.
And that's what I was gonna add. We have no authority over elected officials or their employees.
Okay, but I'm not looking for something that's, like you said, negative and complaints. I'm looking for the part that says, we are asking for input from the employee, and they are appreciated for that, and maybe you have ideas on development or resources, things like that. And I understand where you're all coming from. I think that's a very small amount to put out for our employees. I really do. I mean, we've spent $12,000 and not even thought about it in places. So, and I understand, and if we don't, we don't. But that wasn't the point. The point is not to get complaints. So therefore, it doesn't affect whether it's an elected official or not. We're just trying to put together to say, you know what? We need some more research. We've got people that really want to move forward, and what can we do to help them? It's ideas, and it's getting their input, that they're important enough that we care about what they're doing and what they see for a future. That's all. So it wasn't done to complain about somebody.
And
I would like to add.
It's to show appreciation, and it's like, I have a great idea. The perfect way to do it, it doesn't cost taxpayers $12,500. You walk in and say, hey, how are you guys doing today? Is the job going great? Anything that you could let me know that we need to fix? You know, I just want you to know that I appreciate you. The fact that you show up in physical body and communicate with that employee shows way more than spending $13,000 to do a survey. My opinion.
Well, the other thing is, I mean, somebody will say something off like, wow, there you are in front of me, and I can't think of really what I wanted to say, but when they do a survey, they think about it. But I understand, and it's fine. I just wanted to bring it before you, and I felt it was, and I still do. I feel it's very important to get information, and something they will thoughtfully think about. But, I mean, that's why we're a commission. We don't always have to agree on everything. But I want to make it very clear. It wasn't to say, do you have a problem? What do you have a problem with? We're going to fix it. No, that wasn't the idea. Like I said, it wasn't a complaint about.
And I get that, but I will tell you, when Phil saw the item, which is our union rep on I didn't contact him, he contacted me. And he wasn't very happy about it, but he wasn't able to be here today, so I did tell him.
I'm very sorry. I wish I had a chance to talk with him.
His feedback.
So,
Okay.
I've been on unions and I've done surveys. I know, but this ain't a union question or anything else. I'm with Patsy. I like the money is the money we spend. It gives us a neutral stance on this. And coming into this, I will tell you that my belief is there is a lot of good here that
that is not out there being done. I've met with commissioners, I've met with people, and everybody knows where I came and the election and everything else. I think this gives the transparency we talk about, gives us the opportunity to do that. If the culture needs some adjustments, this gives us the ability to know kind of what we need to do as a group. Brian, I fully support. It's our responsibility to meet with everybody and do that on a regular basis. But I also like the fact that right now, this takes away I think a lot of the negative persona out there, that there's a lot of stuff that's going on out here that I don't see. I came in, I'm one of them, came in with an impression there was a lot going on. So outside of the union and everything, and I know the 13,000 kind of bothers me too, but it gives us a neutral stance to say exactly that. By the survey, it's, 60% of our employees say this is a great place to work because just because we had 7 get terminated, I mean, that's fine. It's viewed as a great place to work and everything's right. And you know what, here's even what we're gonna do better. And it also gives us the guidance or more towards the supervisors, the guidance of what they can do to make that better. And it's the difficult conversation that the employee's not gonna have with their supervisor to say, to come in and say it's Thursday or, it's, hey, Bert, I don't like you as a boss or the rec center, Sean, I don't like what's going on. They might not go to Liz, but this gives us the tool, a neutral tool to try to make it better. What people choose is what they choose, and yeah, it's a big price tag, but I like it for what it offers.
And I would agree with you at that point, but I would think that if this board approves it, you can only approve it with the departments that are under your authority and control. You cannot approve it under elected officials.
We're not gonna tell Bill he's gotta do the survey, we're
Nope.
not gonna tell Molly, we're not gonna tell Denise, we're not gonna tell Juicy, hey, we're doing this survey. They're their own elected
Right.
board, that's what I'm saying.
But they would have the choice if they would like their department to participate, correct?
The
And
elected
we don't have to
official.
separate it out or anything. I just, so I guess that kind of fact just comes against what I just said too, because it ain't everybody, but I like the opportunity to let everybody know that don't want to, we see pretty much an empty room, the 3 targeted areas were talked about today, and it opens it up to say, you know what, it's not what everybody thinks.
And I get that, but you also have where every department has a chain of command. And if they do have issues and they have things that they want changed, then they need to go to their chain of command. And I believe that this survey takes that away.
right.
So if they have a concern that they're not able to do their chain of command, it's gonna take it to this survey, and then what are we gonna do with it?
The policy and
Some we're not gonna
procedures-
do nothing with. I just went through one. Some we're not gonna do it, we can't do anything with. It don't matter. We're gonna have angry people. I mean, no matter where you
Exactly.
go.
And
But like I said, it also opens it up to
Yeah.
show what's good too and say, hey, this is out
So
there
the
too.
way I see it is HR and the county manager and this board has no authority other than making sure the employees are abiding by policy and union agreement. Anything else out of that is under the elected officials' control for their employees.
That's my point.
And
We weren't, that's exactly right.
And Mike, to speak to some of what you said there, from my perspective, we could all get bogged down in the hearsay and the rumors of our community. It's easy to be done, and it's easy to take the word of somebody that walks up to somebody. But it's a lot better if you go straight. If an example that Brian gave me a long time ago, and I've lived by it, is that 2 people seldom have a dispute that's unresolvable, unless there's a third party that's unknown to both parties that keeps it going. And I believe this is a tool to add a third party to create potential disputes where 2 people, whether they want to go talk to their boss or not, whether they want to tell them that they don't appreciate working for them, that is their responsibility in the direct communication that oftentimes cleans up whatever may be the dispute. Anytime that you lose that connection between 2 people, I think that you lose the communication and you lose the potential to build a relationship. If anybody in this community, as you well know, and everybody else on this commission ever want, that door to my office is always open, and I will sit down with anybody to discuss any rumor that's going on in our community that's related to us. We have nothing to hide, or we will do it right here in an open meeting. I do not have a single thing to hide, and I think it's the best way to settle some of them disputes. All too often in a community this size, you hear so-and-so did this and so-and-so did that, and they're corrupt here and they're corrupt there. And the only thing that I can base everything that I know off of is my individual relationships. And if my individual relationship with that person is good, then that's what I judge it off of, and I go work with that person directly, and it keeps my relationships good. And I would like our departments and my department heads to have that same relationship with the employees that work under them. Anytime there's an issue, I like them to go directly to them and keep the third party out of it. When they come to me with a complaint, an employee does, and circumvents their boss, much like what Liz was saying, I tell them, have you talked to your boss yet? And if they have, I say, good, then let's all have a meeting together. And more often than not, we all leave there with a different perspective, and we've had some tough conversations. There's Aaron Martinez is a contractor here. He can tell you, we have had some tough conversations. I love Aaron dearly, but we have had some really, same with Donnie Prince, love the man dearly. But there's been times where we make sure that that communication is direct, and I almost feel that something like this circumvents that potential for people to directly communicate, which this community would be much further in advance if they did that when they heard the rumors. I went over here and ate at our senior center the other day. There were supposed to be a few other people there. It was a big deal on Facebook, and you might have seen it. It was one of the most peaceful, enjoyable lunches I have had in years. And it speaks to exactly what Brian just said, is that them people appreciated me showing up over there, and I thought they would want to kick me because I'm a young guy eating a senior lunch where I'm invading their space. They actually enjoyed it. And I think all these employees, when they see you walk through the door, initially they go, oh, that's Mike Chop. I don't know what to think, he's a new commissioner. The more they see you, pretty soon, the more they get comfortable. Like, hey, Mike, how's it going? And they enjoy that more than you or any of the other commissioners or myself even recognize. And the example I can use is me eating at the senior center the other day. Okay. So I'm not in favor of it, but I'm also at the direction of this board, and whatever you guys choose, I will make happen.
I think we have policy and procedures put in place, just for that, if there are issues, or somebody doesn't feel, like their, board is not being heard, there is a chain of command, and it's not always easy to use, trust me, been there, done that, but it's there for a reason, and so,
And in that chain of command, if they can't talk to their supervisor or department head, they have other options
Yes,
to go.
exactly.
They have a ladder to go up to that they need to, and this kind of just completely omits it.
Just a quick clarification, again, that's not what the survey is for. And we're not talking complaints and what you do about complaints. We're talking about really getting information from your employees and asking because you care, and they have a lot of thoughts. It's like putting out a suggestion box. That's great, but it's only gonna pick up somebody that's got, I've got a new idea. It doesn't pick up the general of us of say, no, I love this, or I like that, or gee, I wish we had another, now that they've asked me, maybe another group of books that I would like to read or look at, or a class I want to take. So just to finish, because it appears we're not going to do this, but I want you to know that's not what we're talking. We aren't talking about, like I said, complaints in La La Land. Everybody knows what they can do with a complaint.
but there is Survey Monkey that you can do those type for.
Yeah, but you can also find out when you do those things, who did it, and that's why the third party comes in.
If you're not happy, you stand up and you own it, you say, I'm not happy. You show up to a commission meeting, you go into HR, say, I'm not happy. This protects the people that want to complain, that don't want to sign their name to it. And those types of people cause problems, Patsy. You know, a great solution, which you just said, was a suggestion box. You know, guys, that's probably not a bad idea. Put a suggestion box in your departments. These are suggestions, good or bad. But you know what?
Yeah.
You guys control it. We as a commission don't, because it's not our job to do that.
Well, I'm sorry to think that you would think it would be all complaints, because that wasn't the point.
No, and so
Whatever.
something else that I'd like the commission to know is, and you will see it in this upcoming newsletter, is it's gonna be the first time that we start doing some employee recognitions. And we're gonna also do some business recognitions, because there's some great things happening there. When we initially started this newsletter, I had asked employees, hey, would you mind if we highlighted you in here as, you know, the employee of the month or did something of that nature? And every one of them said, no, don't put my name on there. I don't want any notice at all, right? That's the, I just like doing my job and going home. I don't want any recognition, but every study that I've read on says that's how you get more production, and that's how you get happier, and that's how you get these things as recognition when things are good happening. So since then, I've talked to a few more employees, and there's a few of them that I'm like, hey, we will make it very gentle. We aren't going to put a big headline with the page cover of your picture on there and stamps all over it. We will make a small gentle section, but it will be recognition. So we are starting that. We're going to start off very light and try not to offend anybody, but we have some great things happening in this county. Regardless of the rumor mill, when my evaluation comes up, I know I've been putting a list together, and I look forward to laying this out because it's been very effective, some of the things that we have done, and I can go on and on with this as I will when that time comes, but we have some effective departments with happy people. One of our employees yesterday actually got tears in his eyes telling me that he's never loved his job as much as he loves it right now. So there's positive things that are happening, and this survey could put some of them things out there. But I also go back to the whole idea that I do think that it circumvents some of them direct conversations that we should be having with each other.
Okay.
I've been involved in several programs for like spot recognition and whatnot. And if you really get to looking at it, it gets down to where the same people are getting the spot recognitions all the time. Whoever's the
Producers are?
yeah. And a lot of people do good things and they don't get nothing. And yeah, it was a good idea, but I don't particularly go for it. I think that if employees does something good, he should be rewarded for it by his supervisor at startup meeting, whatever. Get recognized for doing something great. Hey, this guy did this today or yesterday, and we really appreciate it. That's all you need.
I think.
The people will like you for it.
I think that doing the recognition like you are saying is not a bad thing, and I'll tell you why. When I left the sheriff's office, other than Robert and Ron complimenting me when I wasn't being a terrorizer, shortly after I left, nobody even knew who I was. You spend 30 years somewhere and your whole life somewhere, and you can be gone 6 months and nobody even knows who you are. So those spot recognitions do work for people, and Thomas just retired from Marigold. And you sit back after 40 years of mining or whatever, and I think Ron can attest to this, or Robert, and you just go, what the hell did I do with my whole life? So those little spots of recognition mean a lot more than people realize. Just like when Hy was given that little plaque, you guys, he teared up. Because it does, you want your whole life, you work for something, and it's nice just to be noticed. And even if we did something once a year where, everybody voted on a handful of people or however you do it, that little bit of recognition, when you have long-term employees, means a lot. And so, you spend your whole life somewhere and go, nobody even knows. It's true, I can walk in the sheriff's office, aside from those two, really nobody could give two craps that I'm in there. And that's really hard to swallow when you've given your whole life to public service. And I know Liz knows that, and I know that.
So with that, just keep in mind when employees do retire and they're with the county still for many years of service, we do get those plaques and we do bring them in here and we do recognize them.
It is nice.
Something I have seen in other counties, and I don't want to say, and I don't remember if Lander County used to do it years ago, 20 years ago or not, is they do give recognition to employees after 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20, 25 years. If that's something that you guys want to do with that, I have no problem even doing it on that basis of, giving them their certificate or plaque or whatever on the 5, 10 or whatever.
Because most people just kind of go into, wallflowers.
We don't do that, but there are a lot of surrounding counties that do. They recognize their employees every 5 years
I
of
think
service.
with the newsletter, you don't even have to make like an employee of the month because you're singling somebody out,
Yep.
right? And you're not, just say, hey, meet your lifeguard, hey, meet your dump attendee, or you know what I'm saying? You're just introducing these people to the public, and they get a little spill, their picture in there. That's recognition, it makes them feel good. You're not singling them out as employee of the month, and other people don't feel as important. You're just highlighting them to the public that, hey,
Or
we
by
work for you.
department.
I think
like that.
that would be good.
Or even by department. Yeah.
And I like the 5, 10, 15, 20 year, because I also believe that part of it is we are county, and that's a marketing to say, you know what, we have longevity. You know, this person's been here, I mean, especially getting the 20-year mark, it's recognized that, you know what, this is 20 years is 20 years, 5 years is 5 years.
So if you ever do go in that route, then I would have to go back to all these employees and make sure I bring them all up. Which would be a lot of work.
It's starting this day forward.
I would do it.
And I like it, I do, you know, I mean, that's my argument with this, is still my belief that.
Have a little
Like I
department
said, I
budget.
think I think there could, I still see the benefit in this, I agree to both sides, but I still like it, I like the marketing piece of it, I do.
And and to that, sitting on my desk currently, I have every department that works for me, the years of service, the average years of service for the employees there. And I think it will shock the commission to see the average years of service of our county employees. The bottom half of that, you get a kind of a revolving door, which you get, I'm sure, in the mining industry and everywhere else, where you get the new people that come in and come and go. But the average years of service in Lander County right now is gonna really surprise you guys when I present it, because Blaken and Jessica pulled that for me last week, and we went through it and put it together. And it is pretty impressive, the years of service that we have in the departments that I'm directly over.
Okay.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
I'm gonna make a motion that we approve a Lander County offering a third-party employee engagement survey for Lander County employees not to exceed 12,500.
I'll second the motion.
So the motion is for approval. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say nay. Nay. So who's the nays and nays?
Aye.
Who's in favor of the thing? Raise your hand.
I'm an aye.
So you're in favor of the survey? Okay.
Okay, with that, I'm just going to tell you, you will get put on notice from the union.
And
You will get put on notice. from the union.
if we have that, and that's the route they wanna take, then that's the route they take. We ain't gonna spend 12,000, once he does it, once we do the 12,000, we won't spend the 12,500. You know what, but at least I believe we offered it, and we got the support to offer it, and that's a route he wants to take. Maybe he ought to poll his employees too, his members.
So,
I think that's a good idea.
Do
Let
we-
the
do
employee
we-
decide
Yeah.
whether they want a third party to come in and do it.
so do we need to ask each elected official if they would allow us to do the survey for the employees? Is that?
I don't speak for them.
Yeah. I think you need to create another agenda item for that.
Yeah.
Yes?
I think you, under the current agenda item, you can certainly ask any of the other elected officials whether they want to participate. But I also think they've got the right to say no.
Yep. I don't have no problem with that.
I get what you're saying.
No, I don't have a problem with that. But I think we should make it very clear that it would be a survey looking for, the good information. I don't want everybody to think it's just a complaint survey. That's not what it's for.
Just a waste of money.
Okay.
But I mean, we need to bring that out to them.
Well,
And the fact-
To pay for it until we get a notice from the union.
Yeah, well,
Oh, I'm sure out there something
Yeah.
like that.
Okay.
okay. And then we need to talk to the third party to see, how long it is and how they do it and,
Yep.
Yes.
And Humboldt County has not got the results back yet, or I would have reported on that.
Oh,
They
okay.
started that when this whole thing first started. You guys brought that, when you brought it to us, Patsy, they were starting that. And they have not got the results back from their,
well, we need to ask the third party. If
Yeah, we don't want
I'm
that.
assuming we're looking at the one that did theirs, but maybe there's
We are.
other ones. And so we need their input on how it's gonna go and what we can do, and if we can see the questions ahead of time, something like that. I mean, we really need to work through it.
You bet. Well, that was the only one that I based this off of is Abel in Humboldt County. He's
Okay.
the assistant county manager and their HR over there. And he had forwarded that over to me, and then when you
Well,
brought
ask
that
them
up.
how many counties they have done, or government agencies that they have done.
You
'Cause
got it,
that's
but
the-
they, so I reached out to him earlier this week, knowing this item was on, to see how the results went and what their thoughts were and feelings were on the
And how we handle it
survey.
with union employees too, would be the other one. Because when this come in, we're not gonna have it divided. We aren't gonna know, these are the answers from the recorder's office.
So could we possibly have them look into Survey Monkey too? Because I've done lots of them, and they can be anonymous, and it doesn't cost taxpayers a thing, but
No,
we still get a result.
we can find out
Yeah.
through Survey Monkey. We can.
It sends
Who
Brian, usually the
did
person that
it.
requests it.
That
the
gives us
results.
the authority, and we don't want that.
It gives
We
names.
don't want,
It's a tough one. It's
Yeah.
a business.
yeah.
We can look, but I guess that,
I could've swore I've done them. Maybe
Do
I
you
just-
remember some of the investigations that we have paid for and done?
Just for the record, none under my reign.
Okay, well, I will, I will tell you one very lightly on Facebook. And we went after to find who put that on Facebook. And it cost us $30,000 and we found out who did it. And that was that important to find
We'll
out.
ask the question, we'll see what the questions is they wanna ask. And then he can refile if the union don't want it.
It's just spending the amount of money that's about it.
This is just the beginning. We have a lot of,
One more thing that,
Great work.
I would like, maybe we can go back to and open, the item on. Yeah, no,
The what?
I think I got a cure for that. All you guys get your business cards out, you can say your county commissioner.
Come to the front, Lenny. So I can hear you. I'm hard of hearing. Too many guys.
Okay,
Turn on the
for
right.
the record, Lenny Shepherd.
Turn the
You
little.
guys wanna,
Push your mic. All right, now you're all set.
if you guys want a cure for that, wanna know how everybody feels, get all your business cards with your personal phone number, your home phone, and hand them to every county employee. Give them 10 each. And people will call and complain to you. Cause it doesn't do any good to complain to the employee. When I worked there, a guy'd go complain about his road to me. How come you don't blade my road? Cause they have me blading here. So you know what I did? I got the boss's business cards, and every time they'd complain, I'd hand them one. I ended it.
Thank you, Lenny.
We'll see you guys.
See you.
Which one did you wanna reopen?
well, if this one's wrapped up, if maybe we can reopen, number 3. And the reason being is, as soon as you open it, I will.
So, item 3 for discussion of possible action to approve, disapprove granting Desert Jackpot Junkies in an amount not to exceed $3,500 for barrel racing events taking place on the dates of June 14th, June 28th, July 12th, July 26th, August 2nd, August 23rd, September 13th, and September 27th.
And the reason I asked that, I know Emerald's not here and she didn't ask me to do this, but, Patsy, you said that your motion was to pay for the insurance, but the insurance is $500 per event. So for every day that they have an event, they have to pay for that event insurance for that day. And that is to name the county as on their insurance for the $1 million coverage, it costs them $500 per event.
So we have to change the motion then?
So,
A total of $500 is how I thought.
yes, and so your motion was a total of,
We took it off the backup material, which just listed the 1,200, and we took the 500, so.
correct,
So I need to amend my motion?
correct, if you would like to pay for that for each event.
Yeah, because I don't think we're gonna pay for all 4 events, are we?
Yeah, she put Saddlebrook $60 per race. This was just a lump sum insurance, $500. I just thought it was the total amount, but.
So it's per event is what it costs, typically for insurance for them to cover it, the $1 million liability.
Because they asked for 3,500 and her final is 2,280. That was one of the questions. I mean, minus the 1,600, she was, I take it in her paper submitted in our packet, she really only asked for 680. Cause this is, if you look at our packet, it don't say per.
I know, but
The saddle book is $60 per race, but that's the only thing she listed.
I think her intent was 3,500 per race.
Yeah.
Is that how you take it? Yes.
Oh.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, oh, that's a lot of
It
money.
was per event.
She has 8 days listed, 2 days a month.
Whoa.
For June, July, August, and September. So I'm assuming if you divide 100, so you'd be at
Well,
4,000.
You wanna put it back on?
I don't wanna go the whole amount, but because of the misunderstanding, maybe we could pay for a couple.
And
All right, I want to, can I amend my motion?
Yes,
Cause we're
please.
still in,
Yes.
all right, we're still in the meeting, so I will amend my motion, and pay for $1,000, which is to go towards the insurance. For, I have to go back, what number am I? For the barrel
Number
racing?
3, yes.
Yeah, for the barrel racing,
So $1,000 total.
total,
For all
For
of it.
2 events.
total.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion, is there a second?
I'll second it.
So a motion, second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. So we'll move into correspondence reports, future agenda items.
So I'd like to put on there, I guess it's coming to us, but Bert, to give the presentation on years of service for the county employees to come before the board. You said you're bringing it, but that's for, future meeting.
Okay, you just want me to add that to my report to the,
Yes, please. And I would like to discuss or to motion to give Bert an additional assignment, but for these, coming into this and the requests and when we came to budget, I think we have to have some guidance to all these requests for the grants. I would like a preliminary sheet that they take at a certain time and a deadline to say, so when we come down to it, some of the groups, it sounds like we give money to every year. Some have been getting it since I moved here. And what have you done to make yourself self-efficient so you don't have to ask for community money? So I would like, Bert, just, a sheet that they put, a budget, what is this gonna be used for, and a breakdown, not a summary to say, like I said, this one was $500 per event. I would have never guessed that. I thought the whole request was just the $60 for the race. So, Brian, I talked to you kind of about it, so you kind of helped me, but I want a guidance, so when these guys are applying for these grants every year, that they get it and say, it's like, what did you ask for last year? What are you doing different? What have you done so you don't have to keep coming before the commission to ask for money?
So what Mike's basically saying, which we already have, this commission's already set somewhat of a.
Yes, so there is already a packet already prepared, and every time somebody comes and asks for a grant, they have a packet, and there are guidelines that they have to abide
Okay.
by. If you haven't seen that, we have it.
Okay.
They get it every single year, and it gives the details of what they have to do, what we pay for, what we don't pay for.
Okay.
And that they are told in that they have to, what they're asking
Oh,
for
okay.
this year, they have to then start minimizing it so they can self-sustain
So
themselves.
basically, Mike, it honestly falls back on the commission's
Yeah.
shoulders to enforce something that we set as somewhat of a guiding doctrine on these grants. And that's why I made it very clear in the grant process that what we agreed as a commission, the amount that we set, and that, that's why I was asking those questions. What have you done? Have you approached other business? What are you doing to sustain yourself so you don't have to come to the commission every single. So the bottom line, it boils down to us, the commission board, to basically enforce or uphold the doctrine that we laid down.
So can we get a summary, like in our packet when it comes to budget time? I know it says, is all the packet and work completed, check, but to where we get a quick summary we know when we're looking up here to say, God, you've done, how many years have you got a grant? I've been at this for 10 years and I ask for $10,000 every year I come before the board.
and as what I see, Mike, a lot of times is these different nonprofits will take a year or two off from asking for a grant, and then they come back and ask for 4 or 5 years in a row. And then they take 1 or 2 years off, and then they come back and say, well, we haven't asked for a grant for a couple of years, but we're starting to struggle again, and they re-hit.
Okay.
And it kind of comes back to the commission and just being able to hold that line and say
Okay.
no.
Nope, that's, if it's there, that's fine, I didn't know it was, so.
Honestly, one thing we can maybe update in that pack is that we encourage the people that are asking the money to go to tourism convention and ask them, make them part of their request, cycle, you know what I'm saying? Before
And-
they come to us.
And
what
we
if they did
have,
for fundraising?
Right.
I mean,
If
that's a
your
big
guys-
question in my mind, is there's so many that don't wanna do any fundraising.
There is actually a lot of questions on
Okay.
the grant application, but a lot of them don't answer them, so I would think that that would be one way to weed
Disqualification.
out the grants. If they don't fill out their application completely, then they don't get a grant,
Okay.
but we can put the grant application in front of you guys with the guidelines, and you guys can review it and review the guidelines, and if you wanna make changes, we can do that.
Well, if it comes incomplete, I'm fine, why, is it illegal for
It asks
these
for
guys to
any-
screen it out right away?
It's just
Lincoln
their
and Bert
policy,
to say, you
you guys.
didn't even give me a complete packet, you're not going in before the budget.
once we have that direction from you guys, we certainly can do that, but
I agree with Lakin. I think we should put the packet and the guidelines and everything on the agenda for you guys to review, and we can go through it, and you guys can say, okay, well, these are the stipulations I wanna add to it, or this is what I want you guys to move forward, like you
Okay, that's a good idea.
adding that language of, did you,
Yeah.
make sure you go to convention and tourism first, make sure you're doing your fundraisers first, you could add all that stuff.
Well, we say we don't wanna add government, it's crazy that we, if the packet's too big or whatever, we don't wanna add a bunch of work for the people that are doing 10,000 other things too. That's a point I wanna make too, is it shouldn't all come down to you guys, if it comes incomplete, so I'd like that
Yeah, we
on
can
the,
do
get the packet to us and we can decide if a packet, then I guess we'll make the motion to, if it's incomplete or that, and you don't make the deadline, sorry.
And the other thing is, I have requested and Carly has requested twice the grant application from Convention and Tourism. Have not received it because we would like to include that in our grant application that people get from us. Hand that to them, say, hey, these are some other options, so you guys can go knock on these doors and see if this doesn't work.
Their board stopped granting any money except for advertising a handful of years ago. So they only do grants for advertising. They do not do grants for anything else.
Was there a reason behind it? Were their funds cut or, because they're still,
Because they are having the same problem, is why they were having people coming and asking for large amounts of grants, so
Okay.
That came
said-
from the state.
And so they started just going for all for advertising, and then their funds also got cut for, through, what is it called, Travel Nevada, they cut
Okay.
those as well.
Yeah, but that came down from
Okay.
the state, from Travel Nevada. So they never limited it, which is really sad. I have a question under correspondence. We had asked that you used your receive stamp, remember, so we know when stuff comes in on the information, which,
And she does, but it's probably on the back, so when she's making the copies for your packet, you're not seeing it, am I correct? Yeah.
she's stamping a page that we're not getting.
In the back of it.
Stamping the back of the notice, how I stamp as well, because it is an actual document.
That doesn't help me.
Well, she's stamping them.
Why can't we stamp the front?
Well, I can start stamping the front, I didn't even think that it wouldn't show up on.
Okay, this one right here. I'm assuming this is from our public defender.
Yes.
Yes.
There's not a thing on it that says what it is, although I think we can probably figure it out, but
But that's from them.
I understand that. But I'm saying, she's putting it in the packet, so there should be something, maybe their return envelope and copy that with their return on it and then stamp the date.
They email it to us.
Yeah.
They email it with their invoice, their quarterly invoice, and I print that off.
Okay, then how are we going to identify it? We
I
could
guess
put,
maybe-
we could put their invoice with it.
I guess maybe you ask the public defender to title their document.
Okay, would you ask them to do that? Thank you.
Okay, any more on correspondence, reports, future agenda items?
I wanna ask, Aaron, is it time, I don't know where we are with the fire station, if we've done anything, but I left feeling there needed to be more discussion on it. I mean, I don't know if we've had much change or that, I know we brought it up for initial discussion, I think it was just informational, and I know what money's allotted to it. but to look at the prices and everything else and to see if we need to add, cause like I said, there was some discussion, not full satisfaction of where we are and the units that we have and the plan going forward.
Sure,
So is it time, or am I early, or am I in the wrong place?
Yeah.
That way we don't enter into discussion on an item that, will be on a future agenda.
So it is a future agenda item?
No, I think that would be what the request should be, is add that to the future agenda items, so then we can enter into the discussion with
Are you fine with that,
where
Chair?
the fire station
Ryan,
stands.
are you all right with
Yeah,
that
absolutely,
statement? Okay, I would like to request that on the agenda.
How about the water rights that,
I have, so this is what I have on my list right now. I have the water right application that's 92458T and the possible approval of that to the opposition of it. I have, natural resource director, years of service. Something I would like to make the commission aware of for correspondence on is, the mosquito spraying. Spray is no longer spraying mosquitoes aerial, so we're in search of somebody to do aerial spraying for mosquitoes, and we aren't the only county. That is Humboldt, Elko, Yerington, a lot of Fallon, a lot of big places that have a lot of open water, and we don't have anybody that is spraying aerial, so, I'm giving you guys a fair warning before the mosquitoes start attacking, be talking about them. We're trying.
I think we need to put back the community center to see what we're going to do with that.
Okay.
We had some ideas, but
What was that on, Patsy?
the community center, the one that just fell down.
Oh, yes, and
Yes, so I spoke with Aaron about that yesterday. We do have some plans we're moving forward, but I
Right,
think
but it
if
needs
you
to-
don't mind, if it doesn't make this next agenda, it would only be because we're waiting on, the insurance to get back to us on
Okay.
whatever they found. They, like I said, they were there yesterday, so hopefully they get back to us by next Friday. If not, we already have that agenda posted, so it wouldn't make it to the following agenda.
That's
But-
fine.
Okay,
Yeah, but we need to discuss what we want to do with it. Yeah.
yep, certainly.
And of course, the guidelines of the insurance company will help us somewhat too.
Yep. It's gonna help us how we spend the money that we've been funded through the grant.
Well, with that, yeah, it depends how we word it, but we need to word it maybe so we can also look at a different place for the community center, right? So we'll word it with
We, our intention at
the
this.
current
at-
and the new.
Yes, our intention at this point would be whatever is newly built down there would be multi-purpose, so it might encompass a library and a community center and a bunch of things, but that will come before the
Okay,
commission
but
for
that's
further
different than what
discussion.
we do with the current community center.
Yes, and maybe no, we will see
Well,
once.
I mean, we
yes.
have to word it so we can.
Yes,
Okay.
Okay, if there's no more, I'll call for public comment. Is this public comment or is it? Okay, so public comment for non-agenda items only?
Thank you, Commissioners. Aaron Martinez for the record. So I wanted to give you a quick update on the Austin realignment project. So everything's been on schedule from our end, and we were last week planned to meet with the county surveyor, the attorneys, and everyone were here to meet with him. Unfortunately, he had a medical emergency and was unable to attend our meeting, but he is doing better, and so we're happy with that. But to not kind of bother him and to not mess up our timelines, we're going to be advancing quicker into the planning commission and county commission approval phase. Typically, you'd go through your county surveyor first. He'd approve those documents to make sure everything is in accordance before it goes to the planning commission. But unfortunately, with the timeframes that we're being allotted against, we'd like to move in parallel and go in front of the planning commission and come in front of you. And we'll be asking the commissions to conditionally approve those items if they see fit, awaiting the county surveyor's final approval. So you're gonna see an application going to the planning commission for next month in order to have the right-of-ways vacated and the parcel maps approved from the planning commission, and then they'll be coming to you for that approval.
Awesome, moving right along. I like to hear that.
Okay.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you.
Way better than what we had before.
I'll try and be fast. Robert Quick for the Sheriff's Office. I want to clarify and correct a statement I made in a previous commission meeting regarding the Lander County's EOP or Emergency Operations Plan. I may have led the commission because one of the commissioners asked if the LEPC EOP and the county's EOP is different, and they're in fact one and the same. The county's EOP plan is the county's EOP plan, and LEPC is just tasked with updating that on a yearly basis. With that being said, we have had recently several conversations with Department of Emergency Management for the state, and FEMA has updated their guidelines for those plans, and it's likely we will be coming back for a complete rewrite of that plan because of those guidelines that FEMA's putting out. We're trying to get some source companies that rewrite those, and then we will bring that back in front of the commission for a future agenda item.
Thank you, Robert. Any more public comment for non-agendized items? Okay, I'll hear a motion. We have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye. Long day.